خلاص البيت عندي دلوقتي اوريدي هو مطلق خلاص الثانية لسه.
organizations, a strategic management perspective. He is currently a professor of business administration, Faculty of Commerce at Cairo University in Egypt. Professor Adil was a former Qaliyubiya governor in Egypt and a former president at the University of Modern Sciences in Dubai, UAE, as well as a former president of the Commercial Studies Committee Sector, Egyptian University Supreme Council, and former vice president for Education and Students Affairs in Cairo University. Without further ado, I will first hand the mic to Dr. Hisham, which then will introduce a few words on Professor Adil. Dr. Hisham, the mic is all yours.
Thank you, Mutla. Very good morning to each one of you, and welcome to Professor Adil Muhammad Abdul Harim Zaid. We've all been excited about his presentation, so we all are really waiting to hear from his distinguished experience, really, whether at the industrial level, whether at the education level, to really enhance the conference with his knowledge. So let me welcome Professor Adil and call him on the stage where he can start his presentation. Professor Adil, you have 25 minutes, hopefully, and then 5 minutes for question and answer. I know half an hour is not enough, but we are confined with the conference limitation, and I'm sure we can bring you on board at some other time to really enhance the whole knowledge, experience, and learning with more hours of your time. So please take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham. Thank you very much. And before I start, let me say a good word. And I'm very excited, and I see the conference is very informative, and it's a good contribution to the academia in general, and for myself in specific. And I enjoyed yesterday's sessions. And let me thank all the organizers of the course, and Dr. Ismail Abdul for this continuous support for the educational process inside the academy and outside the academy, and Dr. Ala, also the dynamo of the conference. He's a very good friend of mine, and he's very active. Dr. Hisham, I would like also to thank you for the effort you have exerted in this conference. And actually, and I will build on what has been said yesterday. Dr. Muhammad Salim mentioned many of the aspects I'm going to cover. Today, I will speak specifically about the business education. But I think whatever conclusions we can reach in this area, we can use it in any other discipline. The education, after all, higher education, live in the same environment and suffer the same threats and have the same opportunities. When I speak about the business education, this is my area of specialization, but generally speaking, we can generalize some of these conclusions or results or on other education disciplines. I will start, I would like for the second time to thank Dr. Muhammad Salim for the insights he gave us yesterday. And I will start by the very famous quote of William Shakespeare, to be or not to be. To be or not to be. This is a question we are facing now in the business education area, either to be or to vanish. So I'm borrowed this, and I'm talking about the future of the business education, and I selected the B business and the education to be or not to be. So this is the case I'm presenting today. A very famous quote by Mark Twain. He said, the two most important days in your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. Now we are going through the second phase, the day we find out why do we exist as a business education. So I like this quote. Actually, it tells you that one of the two most questions in your life is to define your mission. We need to change. Why do we need to change? Why? Change, as we all know, is the only constant. And A very famous quote also goes like, you can't step into the same river twice. You cannot step into the same river twice. Actually, the business education cannot step into the same river twice. Students change it, educational methodology change it, everything changes. So we are not swimming in the same lake that we used to swim 15 or 10 years ago. It's a totally new lake. So that's why we have to dig. Why do we need change? Is a business education expensive? No, never. Now we shouldn't look at the business education as a cost. احنا ممكن نبص لها على ان هي source of income, source of achievement, source of growth. That if we look at the business education as a cost, we are done. Try the ignorance. If you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Ignorance is much more costly. However, I'm quoting also Philip Qatar, when he said successful change efforts are messy and full of surprises. Right. Let us start by saying the challenge facing most of the current Egyptian business education school is to find ways to aggressively adapt to changing market trends. Yes. حد بيسأل أسئلة؟ طيب اوكي sorry. Become possible victim of continuous program A consolidation. The whole story of business education is being responsive to change, being responsive to changes. As Charles Darwin said once, it's not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. Adaptability. This is a question. See, as you can see, I'm using lots of quotations from others. It's very indicative to explain my idea. We are facing a huge amount of new trends and challenges. The question is, are we ready? Are we ready? Okay, fine. The business education, the changing the education generally, and generally in the higher education is very fast, like a bullet train, 600 kilometers per hour or more. And now we all know that we have what we call knowledge explosion. Knowledge explosion. Knowledge explosion. The rate of new ideas and changes are very, very high. It goes in an exponential. Whom we are serving now? Actually, the business education has a unique market. We are serving the business markets with all the business markets in there. We are serving the not-for-profit organizations. We are serving the government. We are serving the financial markets. So it's very normal to find business graduates everywhere. Banks, real estate companies, insurance companies, charity organizations, stock markets, government. That's why the change creates a gap between what we offer and what the market needs. It's very important to bridge the gap. Bridge the gap between what the market expects and what do we offer. Okay, so we have to bridge the gap between the market requirements and our graduates specifications. And I can recall that Dr. Muhammad Salim yesterday mentioned that the skills will be totally different from yesterday's skills required for the market. So we are working in a very dynamic, ever-changing environment. وفي if I can recall في report from the World Economic Forum 2018 mentioned many skills that will be needed very soon by 2022 for the market, and they stated some jobs that will be diminished and removed from the market, and some other jobs and skills will be required by them. How do we require, what are the criticisms that we are facing? These are 5 criticisms, but this is not a comprehensive list. I selected only 5. Let's focus on developing soft skills, which is very important. And the World Economic Forum emphasized these soft skills: problem solving, data analytics, negotiation, interpersonal communications, and all this kind of stuff. Number 2, both need to put more emphasis on leadership, creativity, and entrepreneurship, which was mentioned in the Barih. I'm always referring to my dear colleague, Dr. Muhammad Salim. He emphasized these skills. Students need to develop a global perspective. Why? Our graduates actually are competing in a very, very broad markets. For instance, Google company are recruiting people from all over the world. Each year, they have more than 1 million candidates willing to work for Google. I don't think this is designed only to pick some people from the Middle East or Europe or Asia. Like in Oman, they are competing globally. That's why we have to consider when we prepare our students, we don't take only the national standards into mind, but we have to take the international standards in mind. Traditional classroom delivery needs to be changed with more innovative changing techniques. And in this area, I'm referring to what has been said yesterday about the virtual classes, intellectual capital, and all this kind of stuff. Our focus should be on knowledge, and we'll take, I will talk about that later on. A very interesting statistics tell us that when they ask people, this is a global university viewability in 2016, when they asked people about which of the following skills and experience are most predictive of graduates' employability, which is very important. Surprisingly, if you look at the bottom of the chart, you will find an astonishing result. Graduation from a top university. It does not count for accountability. What counts is professional experience, high degree specialization, proficiency in at least 2 foreign languages, extracurricular activities, excellent academic record, and finally, at the very bottom, we have the graduation from top university. This message is telling us that we have to focus more in designing curriculums and delivering studies to enhance the professional experiences needed by the market. Very interesting statistic, I consider. ما اعرفش ده ايه. Sorry. I'm sorry for interruption. Right. Then, as I mentioned before, we have to bridge a gap between market expectations and our delivery style. type. When we talk about the future of the business education, I'm proposing a new approach. I call it MQ, and this is my invention. Actually, it's not in the literature, but this approach depends on 3 M's. Number 1, meaning. Number 2, measuring. Number 3, managing. So we are talking about 3 M's. I call them MQ. To start looking at the business education, we have to take into consideration 3 M's: meaning, measuring, managing. What's meaning? The question is, what's our business? What business we are in? Generally speaking, and I expect you to argue with me in this area, we are in the business of knowledge. We are the business of knowledge. We are the business of knowledge. And knowledge, as we all know, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. So I do think that business education should focus on creating, disseminating, and using of knowledge. But to do this, we have to unlearn what we have been doing for a long time. So business education is centered about generating knowledge, research side, dissemination of knowledge, teaching, publications, and the application of knowledge, which is industry application for the science. This requires us to attract and maintain and develop talented professors, researchers, and students. So the selection of the student, selection criteria should be reconsidered in the light of the new mission that we have. We are in business of creating knowledge. Okay. Measuring. It's well known everywhere that what you cannot measure, you cannot manage, or what gets measured gets managed. So it's very, very important for us to measure the quality of the business education. Actually, I see that in this area we developed many approaches to measure the quality of the business education. One of the most famous measures that we can use is the Baldrige National Award, which depends on 7 criteria: leadership, strategic planning, student stakeholders and market focus, workforce focus, process management, and نعم في حد يا دكتور هشام طالب حاجة؟
I'm not quite sure what they are saying.
Okay, so this model is very comprehensive and it provides educational institutions with a very detailed process, and many of the Arab universities are seeking to get the accreditation of Malcolm Baldrige National Award. I don't have enough time to go through each one of these elements, but I have the model. If you want to see it, I can provide it for you. Now we come to the final issue, which is managing the business education. So first we have to define what business, and I'm suggesting that we are working in the knowledge industry. Second one is how to measure. I can see that we have many reliable tools to measure the quality of the higher education, and finally manage it. As I mentioned before, for the last time, what gets measured gets managed. فإحنا هنا we manage the value creation. Value creation. Our business is to create value for the society, for all the stakeholders actually, students, suppliers, government. We deliver the right business education when we increase value creation. And I'm suggesting here 3 levels of management. The first one, I call it alpha level of management in the business education. That this is a gradual, incremental planned approaches to change the cumulate over a period of time, which focuses on changes to particular arenas within the business education. And this is reflected in some of the minor modifications for the current business programs. And we always do this. We take in minor changes in one of the areas, marketing, finance, and so on. And the next higher level is beta. Beta is gradual, incremental, emergent approach to change that developed over a period of time to cumulative and comprehensive change. This is like adding a new program to the current program, and a new area of specialization. Like, for instance, currently in Egypt, we have a trend to add a specialization in artificial intelligence. This is very famous. We added. So I consider this as a beta level of management. The final level and the highest level is gamma level of management. And this is a radical change in the philosophy of the higher education in the business education. And then, as I mentioned before, I linked this to the beginning of the lecture. I said that we have to take into consideration that we are working in the knowledge industry, and we have to consider the value creation. By this, I'm closing my presentation. I'm sorry it was very fast, it was very brief, but I'm taking into consideration, as Dr. Hisham B mentioned, we have time constraint. So thank you, Dr. Hisham, for the support, and thank you for the audience for being patient with me. And Mike is all yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Adil. This was really an eye-opener. So now I'm just seeing if there's any question from the audience or the participant. But let me start with the first question anyway. So now we are talking about business education. What do you think the future of business education? Where are we going? How do we view business education in 20 years' time?
Okay, this is a very excellent question, of course, coming from a scholar like Dr. Hisham. And let me start by saying that the business education is a reflection of the society's needs, right? So we are reflecting the market needs in a sense that you cannot serve someone who's far away from you. I mean, they are very advanced and you are very late. I do expect that we have to do the opposite. We should lead the market, not to be led by the market. ده بيستدعي, as you know, Dr. Hisham B, يستدعي some sort of cooperation with the business environment in any country, and they should be involved, and we should work together to develop curriculum to improve the quality of the students, to work on some skills needed in the market. لان احنا عندنا في مصر كده ساعات يقول لك ايه, when you join the work for the first time يقول لك انسى اللي اتعلمته في الجامعه. I'm gonna teach you the skills I need. طبعا احنا عايزين نلغي على العباره دي. فممكن with joint work with the society. Actually, I don't want to have the business and the university separation. I would imagine that we need business university integration.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great answer. So now what I understand that we have to have a collaborative effort from the stakeholders, all of them, whether government, non-government, the private sector, the student, the parents, to come up with a very comprehensive business education. But, yes, but now you have the private higher education and you have the government higher education. And again, the private sometimes perceive higher education in a different manner because they look after the financial side of it. So how do you get all those working together really to produce graduates that who really fit the market without looking at the financial side that closely or monitoring the ins and out of all these matters? How do you get it really focusing on the education for the sake of education rather than for the sake of profitability?
See, I can see no contradiction actually, and as Dr. Muhammad Salim mentioned yesterday, the endowment in I think he said Harvard Business School, it reached like $25 billion, and what we are seeking, Dr. Hisham, is to define the interaction area or intersection area between the benefits of education and the benefits of the industry. And we have to work on that. Even sometimes you can design special programs to serve as a specific industry. We are doing this in Cairo University. We are doing a special program for people in taxation and people in customs. طبعا as I mentioned at the very beginning, Dr. Chambi, we shouldn't look at the education as a source of expense or cost. لا، لأن أنت if you take this stand, الإجنورنس التكلفة بتاعته أعلى بمراحل. يعني واخد بال حضرتك، أنت لو عايز تضعف أي جهاز إداري في الدولة حط فيه incompetent people. فاحنا المهمه بتاعتي، وانا بعتبر طبعا I'm biased عشان انا I'm coming from a business background، بس انا لا I can see that احنا very dangerous ان انت to let people take over responsibility while they are not well prepared for that.
I totally agree. I know that we are running out of time. It was a very interesting discussion. I'm sure we can take this further at some other time, but now let me thank you very much for coming on board and give us your experience. And it was a great presentation. So thank you very much. And I'm sure we'll see you in the other upcoming sessions. So in that case, have a lovely day and thank you and bye-bye for now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
دكتور محمد بيه، لا يخليك يا حبيبي، ده فضل ليك والله. لا انا عمال
A very good morning to everyone. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you. A very good morning to everyone. Welcome to the first Business and Entrepreneurship International Conference organized by Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transportation, Egypt, and Modern College of Business and Science, Oman. I am Dr. Saurabh Negi, Faculty of Logistics and Supply Chain Management in Modern College of Business and Science under Faculty of Business and Economics. Sorry, I am the session chair for this track, which is Integrated Logistics and Supply Chain Management. As we all know, companies are running through a tough time and supply chain plays an important role for the organization to meet the demand of the customer and the market requirements. Integrated logistics supply chain helps an organization to integrate all the supply chain related decisions and help them to minimize the overall cost of the supply chain and achieve business excellence and gain competitive advantage for the company. So under this track, we are having 3 papers which are related to blockchain in supply chain management, reverse logistics and supply chain management. So the first paper presentation is by Dr. Ronald, and the title of this paper is Challenges and Opportunities of Using Blockchain in Supply Chain Management, which is really a very interesting topic and a very emerging area. So before moving to the presentation, let me just share the brief guidelines. So the presentations will be for 15 minutes. 5 minutes will be for question and answer session. So I will request the presenter to please stick to the time. All the attendees who are having any question, you are requested to please type in your chat box or in the question answer session. Okay. And let me introduce the first presenter, Dr. Ronald. Dr. Ronald received his Master of Science in IT and PhD in IT degree from Hanam University, South Korea in 2003 and 2009 respectively. He is currently teaching higher-level computing module in Gulf College. He has authored and co-authored several scientific papers and presented numerous research papers in international conferences. And he is also involved in various project works, which has been sponsored and funded by the Research Council of Oman. So now I will pass on to Dr. Ronald for his presentation. So the session is yours, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sarabs. I asked the technical panel to
Hey everyone,
to
and welcome to my
my
presentation,
Thank you.
at the first Business and Entrepreneurship International Conference. My presentation is entitled Challenges and Opportunities of Using Blockchain in Supply Chain Management. I am Dr. Ronald Cordova, an assistant professor at Gulf College. Let me start with the outline. First, I'll be talking about the introduction, then the review of related literature, the methodology, the role of supply chain management. Then I'll be talking about blockchain technology, its challenges of using blockchain in supply chain management, opportunities of using blockchain in supply management, and finally, I will talk about the conclusion. So, introduction, the supply chain management is vital for achieving environmental, social, and financial benefits in the industry. Issues of traditional SCM mechanisms, such as delays in data retrieval, unreliable tracking of products, and deficiency of information sharing, are only some of the problems encountered by business organizations. The advances in blockchain technology exhibit a potential solution to address this with the following features. These are transparency, immutability, decentralization, etc. Later on, I'll be talking more about those terminologies. Then we have blockchain. This technology is still young, but its potential is very promising. So it has been popular because of the boom of cryptocurrencies, such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other digital currencies. This novel distributed ledger technology has been expected by people to revolutionize and strengthen the IT and business industry. The supply chain is expected to strengthen through the use of blockchain technology. This paper proposes to provide possible research opportunities of utilizing blockchain in SCM. This paper also will discuss some of the crucial challenges in terms of data retrieval, tracking of products, information sharing, etc. Moreover, opportunities will also be presented to provide more details on how to handle challenges in practice, particularly in integrating blockchain to ERP systems and opportunities that will benefit the whole supply chain. Also, it provides a new interpretation of existing sources on challenges and opportunities of using blockchain in supply chain management. It offers new insights about blockchain and its potentials upon implementation in supply chain management by emphasizing its relevance in improving current digital systems. Kelly Marchis, head of store network and organization task at Deloitte Consulting, communicated that blockchain selection has been consistent. Best case scenario that there's a lot discovering that requirements to occur. Ken Evans, CEO of Connexel, brought up the main test for conveying blockchain in the production network is absence of big business or ERP devices and backing inside existing frameworks. It was recognized that most organizations are still and bending construction ERP frameworks that don't uphold blockchain innovation. The enormous test for both blockchain just as existing advances is the equivalent for the amount of their secret information do various individuals from the inventory network truly need to impart to one another. That is from Meyer 2019. Dennis Turpitka referred to conditions while getting ready for building a blockchain-controlled store network, the board arrangement. The main difficulties that will be mulled over are as per the following. First one is deciding the degree to which you will utilize blockchain innovation, guaranteeing information quality, allowing information admittance to the opportune individuals, picking the correct improvement approach through, utilize a current worldwide structure, utilize a public blockchain with keen agreements, and fabricate a custom organization. Then lastly, guaranteeing smooth joining of a blockchain-fueled arrangement. So here are more challenges. Here are some more challenges and opportunities. First one is data combination and perceivability. So what's the problem here, or the challenges, is that manual paper-based record keeping and announcing frameworks regularly lead to dispersed, deficient, and unauthentic shows, installments of replenishing confirmations, and so on. Then the opportunities here are with blockchain record keeping arrangements. All give chain partners can store and share this reality safely and at the same time. Next one is recognizability, straightforwardness, and trust. So the challenge here, it is typically hard to follow the inventory of unacceptable segments and clue the provenance as of not long ago transported items. Then opportunities, blockchain SCM can have an item's entire geographic system or geographic scheme. It permits clients to tune items, source, and ill-advised parts, take a gander at business affirmations, find stockpiling condition, irregularities, and so on. And last one, ongoing issue goal, is that The challenge here is natural catastrophes and spontaneous interest and award consistently lead to wrong or postponed conveyance, which impacts the whole creation, openings, or opportunities. The deferrals, including climate or work questions, are almost unavoidable. Nonetheless, blockchain-based award chain organization can allow choices to resolve these issues progressively. So with this sort of circumstances, production network heads should accept better open doors for proficient answers for difficulties later on. What's more, for this coming up next are recorded as. So the first one, lead a business audit. Second is mechanize advancements. Third one, organize or coordinate frameworks. Next one is use information examination. And finally, stay instructed. So in the methodology, the authors performed a systematic literature search in Springer Open. And secondary data was obtained to come up with the investigation of the challenges and opportunities of using blockchain technology in supply chain management. So since blockchain technology is considered as a new topic, the authors found difficulty in looking for many related literature and studies. That's why additional literature and studies were searched using Google Scholar. Titles or abstracts were reviewed properly regarding the relevance to this study. It enabled the authors to investigate the concepts and relate it with each other to come up with the research that tackles the challenges and opportunities in using blockchain in SEM. So the role of supply chain management. In the course of recent years, innovation took place and globalization have changed the arena of organizations, and new financial and political conditions have risen. Globalization has expanded the need to coordinate providers and clients. Survival relates straightforwardly to the execution of a productive and impacts data innovation framework. Data innovation is one of the empowering agents. Leaders of organizations are trying to come up on top of data innovation using blockchains and ERP systems. To meet the challenges of the worldwide changes, organizational leaders need to support and improve their internal and external capacities. This can be done by consistently interfacing their trade data with their respective ERP systems integrated with blockchain technology. So what is blockchain technology? Ultimately, with the coming of middleware innovations and the idea of service-oriented architecture, presently, like never before, it is simpler to incorporate these different frameworks together to think of a total enterprise framework arrangement. In this manner, it very well may be normal that later on blockchain technology, ERP, and SEM frameworks will keep on cooperating to assist associations with enhancing their procedures and better monitor every one of their exercises, exchanges, and stuff. So blockchain was invented for Bitcoin to serve as its public transaction ledger. It stores immutable and fully traceable records. Blockchain facilitates the authenticity of the digitized data in the supply chain. Blockchain technology is an append-only list of blocks. Blockchain is somewhat a database. It is different from a common, when you say it is somewhat a database, it is different from a common database. And the way it stores data, blockchain saves data in blocks that are connected or chained with each other. As new data arrives, it is stored in a new block. When that block is retrieved together with the information on it, it is connected to the past block, which makes the information attached with each other and cannot be altered. Blockchains that are decentralized are permanent. This means that the data entered and stored is irreversible. Nowadays, blockchain is gaining a lot of attention, particularly on its application in the supply chain. The researchers want to examine in detail the challenges and opportunities of using blockchain in SCM. There are also a limited amount of studies related to using blockchain in SCM. So here is the summary of the challenges and opportunities of using blockchain in supply management. So the challenges are globalization, adjustment to change, data innovation, human factors related issues, implementation, and testing. So the opportunities here are blockchain may add auditability and transparency to an association's or organization's records. Also, there's security of information records, speed and enhancement to the association's or organization's processes. Blockchain supports visibility and traceability to the system. Blockchain could before long turn into a widespread supply operating system. So supply chain organizations must or can accomplish critical advantages from blockchain in center territories of supply chain operations. So let me elaborate the challenges. There is no global technology that is present today in the field of SCM. It will be beneficial to all, both large and small companies, if there will be a common technology that will be used in SCM. It will promote a healthy and shared competition while maintaining the security and confidentiality of the transactions of a particular company. Supply chain is where all the events and information are gathered to move products or services from the seller to the buyer. Supply chain management can bring a lot of benefits to the industry, which includes reduced cycle time from order to delivery, proper resource utilization, and early problem detection. Globalization has pushed the local players of the domestic markets to compete with international companies to cope up with the current trend. To survive, these local players, who are mostly SMEs, have to adopt ERP integrated with the current strategic management policies and build capabilities and stay with the tight competition. Next one, the fundamental downside to executing new innovation, for example, ERP as per Sykes et al., is workers adjusting to the change. Then we have data innovation progresses, especially ERP programming is an incorporated programming framework bundled for use by a large number of associations, all inclusive. Putting resources into ERP is certifiably not a basic errand and could require senior executives to create and stick to an ERP vital arrangement combined with the blockchain technology to help an effective usage process. So also in the
Dr. Ronald, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can cost
You can. I think the recording is about 20 minutes.
Okay, so
there was excessive amount of strain to appear that
yes, sir. You can. You can stop it if you.
Individuals are being.
No, you can move to the next your conclusion part.
That needs to be managed.
Sir, this is a recording.
Proper testing also.
Okay.
No,
thank you.
Okay.
During execution was another much of the time reference basic test. There was not the adaptability incorporating extra test spaces or extra test contents. However, nothing happened as could be expected. So blockchain may add auditability and transparency to an association's or organization's record. So these are the opportunities. One of the upsides of blockchain is the capacity to make agreements, or what we call smart contracts. These smart contracts are computer agreements or protocols that can check and uphold contracts automatically by utilizing codes that are digital in nature without the need of outsiders or third parties. Then we have security of information records. Blockchain can create an immutable record of data and validate transactions which are shared in the network. This implies that if somebody modifies something in the registry or any agreement, it may be noticeable and detectable. This is especially relevant while overseeing ERP systems, since records that are broken may bring about accounting issues or audit. Then speed and enhancement to the associations or organizations processes. So once blockchain is incorporated into an association's or organization's ERP systems, it empowers the streamlining of its processes, internal information control and business processes, for example, intercompany exchanges. Blockchain supports visibility and traceability to the system. Blockchain enables organizations to include different sorts of data inside a similar chain that additionally allows simple access to appropriate partners to more explicit data. So blockchain could therefore long turn into a widespread supply operating system. So such blockchain innovation could improve the accompanying inventory network tasks, such as recording the amount and move of resources, tracking by orders, change orders, receipts, shipment warnings, or other exchange-related reports, assigning or confirming affirmations or certain properties of actual items, linking actual merchandise to chronic numbers, standardized identifications, advanced labels like RFID, and so on. Sharing data about assembling measure, gathering conveyance, and support of items with providers and sellers. So supply chain organizations must and can accomplish critical advantages from blockchain in center territories of supply chain operations. This could be as per the following. We have to remove desk work and creating shrewd agreements, having a solidarity or solitary arrangement of record. So these are the things that must be accomplished. So in conclusion, this paper presents the challenges of using blockchain technology and ERP systems in supply chain management. It also presents possible opportunities that the whole supply chain will benefit from such technology. The technology is still at an early stage, but the potential benefits are enormous. Once it is fully implemented in various areas of the supply chain, a lot of industries may benefit with the functionalities that the blockchain technology will provide. The blockchain technology is rapidly expanding, and a lot of companies are doing their best to take advantage of this new technology. These companies have high hopes that using blockchain, it will enable their companies or organizations to have efficient business process that may open the doors to facilitate effective system models and innovative business processes. For future work, the authors will try to work on real-world examples where blockchain technology is being implemented. Successful use cases will be investigated to have a clearer picture of how blockchain is being utilized by companies or enterprises for the improvement of their current digital systems. So thank you for your time and for listening to my presentation. I am Dr. Ronald, and my co-authors are Dr. Rolene Maata, Assistant Professor at Gulf College, Dr. Ferdinand Epoch, Assistant Professor at the University of Buraimi, and Dr. Marwan Al-Shari, Lecturer at Gulf College. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Dr. Ronald, for this nice presentation.
Sorry also, Dr. Saurabh, for I think I extended like 5 minutes of
No
my
problem.
recorded
Okay.
presentation.
No issues. Thank you for this nice presentation. And yes, we agree that there are several opportunities in this area, as blockchain is really an emerging area, but yes, there are also several challenges. So there are some questions. So I will ask, I will forward this question to you. Okay, just.
Yes, doctor.
Okay, I cannot see now
I saw previous questions also, Doctor, but I cannot see those questions now.
Now I can see. So
Okay, Doctor.
There are a few questions. Is there opportunity of tools using tools in supply chain management? I think this question is not clear. If you do not have blockchain, can the organization is allowed to use other system?
For the first question, Doctor, I think what I can understand, if there will be some sort of tools for blockchain, or actually there are different companies that are offering blockchain nowadays, and they are doing this one for Amazon and for eBay. These are for big companies, but for small companies, I think it's better now. Just these companies form an organization, and then after that one, they can, it's like a cooperative, so they can take advantage of this one without the cost of, or without the expensive cost. It's like you don't need to buy the software alone or to buy the support alone from Ethereum like that or from Ripple. These are the people who are providing blockchain technologies. Can you repeat the second question, Doctor?
So the attendee has mentioned that if you do not have blockchain system, so is there any other system which can be used by the organization?
Yeah, the organization, that's why the alternative that, Doctor, you should have, as what I have read also about ERP systems. So they have to adopt a certain enterprise resourcing planning systems, which is a complete system that will eventually guide the company, or it will be the main actor of the company in monitoring the stocks and how much orders did the particular company receive, and so on. In case of inventory also, it will be like a complete package. But the problem now with organizations, they have different packages. For one company is using another package, one company is using another ERP. So if the companies will come up with one ERP system, at the same time protecting their own products and what they call this one, their trademark secrets, because as we know, there are a lot of trademark secrets that are involved in a company. So this is part of a security measure, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer, Dr. Ronald. I am having a small question. Okay, I would request you to please answer in brief, if it's possible for you. So, as we know that in the supply chain, there are several partners, right? So the supply chain network is very complex, right?
Yes, Doctor.
So how the blockchain helps in improving the transparency and visibility among all these partners?
Yes, the concept of blockchain, Doctor, it's actually a peer-to-peer network. If you have heard about that concept, it's a peer-to-peer network. Meaning if you made a contract with, for example, company A and company B, and if you made contract, the transparency there, as long as they are part of their organization or they are part of the public network, so all of those nodes which are connected to the public network, they will know that company A and company B made the contract. So there is no, it's like no, what do you call that one? The transparency is there, Doctor, with this blockchain technology.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ronald, for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much also for this opportunity, Dr. Sarab.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So the next presentation is by Mrs. Ala Abdul Shafi, and the title of the paper is Trends and Practices of Reverse Logistics in Electronic Industry, a case study of Samsung Electronic Company. So Mrs. Ala Abdul Shafi is an assistant lecturer in the College of International Transport and Logistics at Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transportation, Egypt. She has been a faculty in College of International Transportation and Logistics since 2011, and she teaches several courses related to logistics and business management. So she has organized workshops related to logistics, entrepreneurship, and other professional programs in collaboration with industrial enterprises. And she has also participated in several conferences, workshops, and seminars related to her area. So now I will request Mrs. Ala to please start her presentation, and I will request to please stick to the timeline as we are already running short. Okay, so this will be the recorded presentation, I guess.
Yes, if it will not be working, I will be a live presentation.
Okay, just wait.
I will be the main representative about our accepted paper, Trends and the Practices of Reverse Logistics in Electronic Industry, a case study of Samsung Electronic Company. Let's start. The contents of the presentation will be as follows: introduction, problem statement and purpose, theoretical framework, research methodology, Samsung Electronic Company, analysis and recommendations, conclusion and future research. The introduction, waste management and reverse logistics are connected with each other. Waste is an important form of materials which can be found in reverse logistics process. So managing e-waste is an essential to recover the precious components and to reduce the environmental impact by handling the hazardous substance in a proper way. The development in the electronic sector achieved a high growth record in the term of sales, export, innovations, and other potential related activities. The constant stream of new products reaching the end of their lifespan faster, the disposal rate has been on the rise, the discarded devices have been thrown away, and the volume of e-waste has significantly increased. The problem statement of our papers is that most of international electronic companies don't devote any time or effort to treat their waste in the developing countries. They have a tendency to see the end-of-life products in these countries as a waste stream not required to be managed. So the papers aim to gain a deeper investigating of the different trends of companies when they deal with countries according to their rules, regulations, focusing on Samsung practices for e-waste management in Egypt. The theoretical framework divided into three categories or three parts: the definition and importance of reverse logistics, the consumer electronic industry and how they manage their e-waste, and finally skills and international flow of e-waste will be discussed. The first part is the definition and importance of reverse logistics. We will focusing on the definition of reverse logistics, which was published by the Council of Logistics Management. They define reverse logistics as the term often used to refer to the role of logistics in recycling, waste disposal, and management of hazardous materials. A broader perspective include or relating to logistics activities such as recycling, substitution, reuse of materials, and disposals. There are too many benefits of implementing reverse logistics strategy. They can be summarized in the following points: positive environmental impact, a competitive advantage, and regaining value. The main process of reverse logistics can be summarized in this figure. We can go through the first step, gatekeeping. Gatekeeping It is the screening procedures which determine how and which products will allow it to enter the return stream and which are not. After that, the collecting process, it aims to gathering and collect the discarded product from customers to the recovery area. After that, inspecting and sorting, each product must be evaluated to determine the suitable strategy which will be applied on these products. After that, we have three options: direct recovery, product recovery management, final disposal. The direct recovery implemented when the state of the return product evaluated as good as new. So it requires a simple process. Product recovery management have too many activities such as repairing, remanufacturing, recycling, according or based on the performance of each product. And if the return product and material couldn't be recovered anymore, it should be disposed. And we can see here in direct recovery and product recovery management, the material, parts, and products can be redistributions again to the customer, while here it is the final stage. The consumer electronic sector and e-waste management. This sector is the most dynamic and fast changing sector in the world. Electronic waste is considered one of the most dangerous and fastest waste in the waste stream list. The e-waste management has become one of the most important global concerns among government organizations, environmental groups, private sector, and manufacturers. There are too many challenges in consumer electronic supply chain, such as mass customization, shrinking product life cycle, rapid deprecation, supply and demand misalignment, pressure from retailers and resellers. The characteristics of e-waste also can contribute in increasing the challenges in this sector, as it characterized by large quantities, highly toxic, unpredictable times lag, contain valuable and rare materials, variation in composition, and contamination. The final part in theoretical framework, scale and international flow of e-waste. Here some points regarding the scale and the international flow of e-waste. The global generation of e-waste statistics in 2019 grew by 9.2 million tons since 2014 to reach 53.6 million tons. And is projected to grow to 74.7 million tons by 2030. Norway, Denmark, and Germany have strict environmental regulation to implement a system for treatment of discarded electronic equipment, while Africa had the lowest rate for recovering its e-waste. China and India are surrounded by many of the e-waste exporters, receiving a huge amount of e-waste coming from some developed countries. And here we can find the comparison between European Union and Arab region regarding e-waste management. European Union have too many initiatives and too many projects regarding e-waste management, such as restriction of hazards directive, waste electronic equipment directive, registration, evaluation, and restriction of chemicals. All these initiatives and projects can prevent the electronic company to increase their e-waste in European Union. While in Arab regions, all these initiatives done by international organizations for environmental reasons, such as Basel Convention Regional and Coordinating Center, Center for Environment and Development for the Arab region and Europe, NGIS projects. It is a German project which aim to reduce the e-waste in Arab region. By focusing in Egypt, we can found private sector initiative such as the Egyptian Electronic Recycling Company, Recolopecia, International Technology Group, Eco-Integrated Industrial System Company. The methodology of our research, the case study as a qualitative approach will be applied to explain how a company can deal with its end-of-life products. The design of our research follows a descriptive method as it is important for innovative industry to shed light on their management, motivation, and applied practices. The initial model for Samsung to recycle its end-of-life products in Egypt will be suggested depending on the experience of the global Samsung program. There are little relevant data regarding to the e-waste recycling program of Samsung company. This paper follows a triangulation research approach where it involves using more than one method to gather data, secondary data and primary data. Here we can find the difference between the program, the Samsung electronic waste programs globally and in Egypt. Globally, Samsung has too many programs, SRD, Samsung Recycling Direct. They have drop-off locations, take-back system, recycling companies, and store program. While in Egypt, there are no program for recycling their e-waste. In 2012, Samsung announced that it intends to set up a take-back program, but till now there are no any initiative from Samsung to deal with its e-waste. All discarded Samsung equipments end up in the Egyptian e-waste recycling network. The Egyptian e-waste recycling network can be summarized in this slide. The collection process is done through various informal channel and irregular sector represented in the street peddlers, or known as Rubabekia person, e-waste bought by bidders in tons when some private or public organization offers their e-waste for sale. The waste are accumulated in their garbage village, and the waste is being sorted and separated into several components and parts in order to recover primary materials and treating with dealer. Discussion and analysis. Samsung negotiates the contracts of recycling e-waste according to the rules and legislation of each country. The electronic customer in Egypt doesn't take the sustainability factor into account during the purchase decision. The implementation of true e-waste requires the participation of various stakeholders from the government, public and private sectors, civil society, and consumer. Here's some recommendations for the stakeholders. The first recommendation is for
Mrs. Ella?
Yes, Amir.
So
maybe I have a problem in connection.
okay, so
Okay, I can.
So you can
go
you know,
through
if the recording is not working, you can just give a brief about the conclusion of your work, because already we are at the last stage of your presentation. So just you can give a brief.
Yes, okay.
You can summarize. Yes, what is the conclusion
Okay.
of this study?
Just a minute, please. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Mrs. Ala, can you hear me?
Yes, the recommendation for Egyptian policymakers can be by taking serious steps for serious enforcement, the laws and legislation, disseminate the culture of waste separation in Egypt, establish a monitoring system in each governorate, apply the penalties and
Egyptian policymakers, they have to take serious steps for serious enforcement, the law and rules, disseminate the culture of waste separation in Egypt, establish a monitoring system in each governorate, apply the penalties on the company which doesn't carry out their duties towards their waste, introduce a curriculum in schools and universities on the environmental impacts of electronic waste. Here are the recommendations for Samsung Electronic Company. It depends on the experience from European Union programs. It starts with consume, collect, storage, recover, and dispose.
Okay, Mrs. Ala, thank you for your presentation. Yes, please, go ahead. Please continue.
Here we can find that after Samsung, here we can find Samsung consumer. We can collect the discarded product by informal sector, Samsung retailers, and Samsung collection points. Samsung warehouse can sort these products in recycling center. They can sort it. This can be done here, and after that, the new material.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Ala. Yes, I have few questions. Okay, I could not see any question from the participant or from the attendees. So I have a small question. Like when we talk about the reverse supply chain and especially in electronic industry, so we have to collect different items or these e-disposal from different locations at the customer area or at the market area. So it is a very tedious task, and it takes a huge incurs huge cost. So how Samsung is managing that cost to in this reverse logistics for their reverse logistics operations?
They can extract materials and parts from the recycling process and make it in a production process again, even for maintenance or new products. So they can collect their monies from the parts, especially that the electronics products contain valuable materials, so they can use it again for maintenance or producing a new product.
Okay, thank you. And the last one, as you mentioned in the recommendation part also, you prepared a model to recollect the items from the consumption point to factory gate or so on, right? So I will suggest you can have a future study in the area where you can do a feasibility study that how much cost will be included in this, right? How this can be actually done to collect e-waste in Egypt also, as you are saying that they are not doing in Egypt so far. So that can be done in your future study.
Yes, it is. It must be a collaboration process from consumer and the retailers, manufacturer, and also the government, as it should be an integrated process. The consumer have to be the awareness to collect their discarded product and delivered for recycling area, and also the government should be has strict rules prevent this phenomena. I think this is another question in chat.
Yes, I will read it for you. So there is one question. So by using recycled e-waste, is it going to reduce the cost in the future for the electronics industry?
I don't think so. The recycled part could be save money for a remanufacturer, could be a good process or a good a good thing for environmental, but for the price of electronic products for itself, I don't think that it will be impact on the price of electronic products.
Okay, thank you Allah for participating and sharing your thoughts and sharing your research work. Thank you. The next presentation is by Mr. Muhammad Sultan, and the title of his presentation is Reverse Supply Chain Practices in Egypt. So this study is also related to reverse supply chain management. Mr. Amar is a teaching assistant who is interested in revenue management and in the freight forwarder businesses and their activities. He has achieved his master's degree in supply chain and logistics from the Arab Institute for Trade and Commodities Exchange. He is now in the Department of Transportation and a representative in the several activities such as ISO, quality assurance, and postgraduate studies and research committees. So he is now preparing his PhD in the University of Maribor, Slovenia, and the research scope is the electronic impact of inland transportation on supply chain, door-to-door activity. So you can start, Mr. Amar, your presentation. Okay, so this will be again a recorded presentation, right?
Good morning. Today we are going to talk about reverse supply chain practices in Egypt. My name is Amr Sultan, and my colleagues are Ahmed Dabiz, Dr. Abdul Sarah, and Dr. Tony Lehr. First, service supply chain management contains precisely global supply chain management that stress on environmental topics, especially the reverse supply chain. Reverse supply chain deals through merchandise indifferent to the procedure or third parties. Return may be essential because of the diversity of reasons. Reverse supply chain frequently contains basics of salvage, recycling, and second market. Research on how cooperation is developing in developing countries implement RSC practice is still developing. Our research questions are divided in two parts. First, how do corporations in Egypt instigate reverse supply chain practices? And the second, what sort of difficulties reverse supply chain initiatives face in the Egyptian market? First, the introduction. Lately, accumulative pressure for mutually inside and past corporations have directed to a rising concentration in assessing typical supply chain in relationship to sustainability, which contains economical, ecological, and social characteristics. Clipperty et al. Have described sustainable supply chain management as the management of supply chain where all the three dimensions of sustainability, namely the economic, environmental, and social ones, are taken into account. Our methodology in this paper is divided into three approaches. The first is the qualitative study, which can be the foundation of well-grounded study. The second is the case study method as an effective means of gathering in-depth information. Finally, qualitative approach to tolerance research to contact, to profoundly feels but infrequently uttered beliefs through the interview. Our data collection. This research procedure validation process throughout the pilot test was essential to eliminate questions and to normalize the interview guide to be used in the other interviews with the case companies. Interviews were carried out from June 2019 to August 2019. The majority of the respondents were interviewed in face-to-face meeting at the company site. For our findings and discussion. For the first type of companies, Company A and Company C and Company C, Company A, which is a medium-sized subsidiary of an American group of IT localized in Egypt since 2001, the company plays the role of a facilitator for technology outsourcing project of the American groups. Group B, a large size recently created holding owned by an international high-tech group and leading supplier in the field of security. The group has presently 3 plants in Egypt with more than 2,000 employees. And Company C, a medium-sized subsidiary of global automotive industry that started its activity in 1996 in Cairo. The assembly plant in Egypt has assembled more than 50,000 vehicles in 2018, and its annual capacity about 60,000 vehicles. For Company A, the performance they are taking is the stock movement. For Company B is inventory turnover, and the same as for Company C, D. Company E is carrying cost of inventory, okay? And Company F carrying cost also of inventory, and Company G is carrying cost of inventory. Our finding propose some way of likeliness in obstacles to RSC developing countries such as China, Turkey, Morocco, and Brazil. Second, we present an RSC model that encompasses remanufacturing, refurbishing, and disposable process. We think that this model establishes a use basis for future research. Third, we suggest that companies in developing countries to put fundamentals for reverse supply chain practices. Thank you. Any questions? Hello, good morning. Today we are going to talk about reverse supply chain practices in Egypt. My name is Amr Sultan, and my colleagues are Ahmed Dabiz, Dr. Abdul Sarah, and Dr. Tony Lehr.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sultan. Unfortunately, he's not here due to some issue. So thank you all the authors, presenters who presented their papers. Thank you for participating in this conference and sharing your research work with the research community. And thank you also to the participants, attendees, those who are hearing these sessions. So I wish all of you the best of luck and happy researching. Thank you all. So we'll be having next session at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you so much also, Dr. Soda. And
Thank you,
everyone.
Dr. Ronald.
Yes, 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 yes.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us at the second session for today's event. We now have the event part 2 of the session today, starting with our opening session. Chair, Dr. Hisham Maikt, Associate Dean for Quality Assurance and Accreditation, Faculty of Business and Economics Head at Modern College of Business Science in Muscat, Oman. I'm honored to introduce you to this session's keynote speaker, Professor Zahar Irani, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor at the University of Bradford, UK, Chairperson of Bradford Economic CV-19 Recovery Board at Bradford Metropolitan District Council. Professor Zahar has responsibility for academic innovation and quality, accountable through internal governance for faculty operations, Director of Marketing, Admissions, and External Affairs. He's also the Director of Student and Academic Services, Director of Quality and Teaching Enhancement, and Campus Information Services. As PVC, he also leads the transformation and growth of the university's undergraduate, postgraduate education portfolio through the faculty and professional services by driving innovation and enhancing the quality of student experience, teaching practice, curriculum development, and support for student learning success. I will now hand the mic to Dr. Hisham, who will briefly have a few words, and will hand the mic to Professor Zahar. Dr. Hisham, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Professor Zahiri, and good afternoon to our participant, and good morning to those who are in the US. It's a great pleasure to have Professor Zahiri with us, and he has definitely accepted our invitation. So welcome to the first conference ever in the history of MCBS in collaboration with the Arab Academy for Science and Technology and Maritime. It's a great pleasure to have you on board. Just let me say that you have 25 minutes for the key address, and then after that, we'll have 5 minutes for question and answers. So the floor is yours, so take it away, and I'm sure that we'll be very much delighted to hear about the topic, which is applying artificial intelligence for social good, tackling global challenges. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham, for the kind introduction. So good morning and good afternoon, colleagues. I'm really pleased to be here to give you an address, really to talk you through some of the exciting opportunities that AI can present for social good, and some of the initial work that we are starting to look at developing here in Bradford. So I'm Professor Zahar Irani. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor at the University of Bradford with a very broad portfolio, and that gives me a real opportunity to take advantage of AI. And also I have a chair position within the local government where I'm responsible for the economic recovery post-COVID, and again, some exciting opportunities of how we can use AI to support economic good, to support also economic recovery. What I'm going to do this morning is talk through a number of things. I particularly want to stress the growing industry, the potential employment. As we've got most academics part of this conference, it's really important that we get an insight into the employability prospects, but also the huge potential that AI offers in terms of new program design and development, hopefully to service the needs of industry. I then will talk a little about what happens when AI goes wrong, because it's important as an academic we give a balanced perspective, not just the positive, but also recognise that actually things do go wrong, and give you some interesting examples of what happens when they do go wrong. I then want to spend some time talking about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular, looking at the opportunities for AI in trying to deal with some of these really global challenges and some of the issues that we face as a global community, global society, and in particular, looking at the capabilities of AI and some of the technologies supporting some of the projects that are trying to tackle the Sustainable Development Goals. And then finally, I will end it on the challenges and risks, and I'll put a little slide at the end looking at some of the areas that we are focusing AI's solution within the Bradford economic recovery context. So if we look at where jobs are and where the employment market is, it's interesting when you actually look at the World Economic Forum. They're very clear in saying and identifying where they believe that the employment opportunities of the future are going to lie. And actually, if you just look at the top 10 emerging market areas, sectors and job opportunities, you can see that areas around data analytics and scientists, the use of AI, machine learning, are really the two top performers in terms of the additional 133 million opportunities that they see having been created. And it's also interesting to contrast the top emerging markets with those that are declining. And again, you can see a shift away from some of the more transactional opportunities and roles that we have across organizations in both public and private sectors, and the focus largely on the technology enhancement, the value creation job roles that the World Economic Forum see as the future. So I think it's very clear that we as educationalists need to ensure that we can service this demand by designing and developing really interesting undergraduate and postgraduate programs that actually students want to study, but also that support the future employability prospects of our young graduates. If you start to look at trying to transact some of those numbers into what the impact really is going to be, you can see that PwC predict the significant impact that AI is going to bring in terms of gross domestic produce, but also in terms of the size of the market. And you can see that we're talking in huge numbers. 15.7 trillion is just a huge number of when you start to think about the size of a market that actually didn't exist a few years ago, that is clearly got momentum and is now gaining a lot of prestige, a lot of opportunity, and of course having lots of impact. Not all social impact. It's interesting that a lot of it is corporate impact, but nevertheless, I think again we've got an opportunity to try and see how we can broaden the impact that technology can have on today's society. But it's not just AI, it's the use of blockchain, and of course trying to make sure that we've got an auditable sequential process flow of our transactions and what the impact of blockchain is going to be, to try and ensure that we can have a smooth transitional flow of workflow within our organisational decision making, both in public and private sector organisations. So again, the big disruptor is not only AI, but actually it's going to be the use of blockchain, and combined you can see the multiplier effect that's going to have on today's society. Having said that, things do go wrong, and often they go wrong for a whole variety of reasons. Sometimes it's because the technology is inappropriately applied. Sometimes the technology is not mature enough. Sometimes the application is not well defined, or the due consideration is not necessarily given. And what I've done there is just list a few interesting examples. And in particular, I quite like the three that I love talking about because they're actually quite interesting, is that AI was seen as a potential solution for employers to predict one's intelligence. It failed as a project, and I'm kind of glad it failed as a project. I'm not sure I'd like somebody to take a picture of me and say, we can predict what your IQ is going to be as a child, and perhaps how it's going to develop as an adult as you grow. So that was an AI failed project, and an interesting failed project. Perhaps that's not such a bad thing. Other interesting examples was the use of Alexa technology and how actually wasn't able in the early development stage. It's got a lot better now because of the contextual processes that it uses in serving content to users or those that use the technology. It has got better, and that's largely because the technology has got better. But nevertheless, it still isn't foolproof. And the other interesting one was AI and its use in predictive decision making. And AI there was a number of competitions that were used around the world to try and predict the results of the 2018 World Cup. All predictions were wrong. And again, because there's huge variability on the day, and in the preparation to the pre-matches, obviously the qualifying matches. So there are lots of factors that AI cannot take account of. Because of course it's only as good as the historical data set that supports its decision making, of course, as well as the constructs and the design architecture of the technology itself. So the point really, that AI is great, it's got huge opportunity, it is going to and is continuing to be a disruptor, but it can't solve all of the world's problems, and indeed nor should it. And I think that's a really important point to stress. It may well in the future, mind you, but at the moment it can't. I think there are also a number of interesting things that we need to be mindful of as users of potential AI, benefiters of AI, but also people need to recognise that AI also has a large number of risks associated with it, in particular bias. is something that we've got to be very, very, very mindful of, because of course bias can lead to unfair outcomes, and quite often the bias can be embedded in the historical data sets. And some interesting research done in the US looking at the type of students that go to Ivy League universities in the US. It concluded actually the best students to go to Ivy League universities were upper middle class white Americans. Well, yes, that's because the historical data set of students that go to Ivy League universities in America tend to be upper middle class white students. It's the other type of students that just don't get the opportunities, and therefore the data itself was biased, because it's only as good as the data that you are using. So there are issues that you've got to be very, very mindful when you start to use AI in the data sets that support some of the decision making, and the fact that some of the data sets themselves may actually be corrupted or just not truly representative. Then there's issues around privacy and violation, breaching, being hacked, and having your data used, and also not just about data that's hacked, but also the use and misuse of personal login credentials. And actually there's a significant amount of data to suggest that we ourselves often misuse our login credentials, and obviously that can lead to misuse and violation of privacy data. And then of course there's the unsafe use and security threats, again, which is something we need to be very mindful of, and the harvesting of our own personal information that can lead to a whole host of potential corruptions and threats to our own personal, financial, as well as our personal private information. One of the other complexities is around our ability to explain what we've actually done and how the technology is being used, which is quite an interesting notion actually, and a lot of that came from the lessons learned through the financial sector, and in some of the previous economic crashes that have largely been driven by the development of financial instruments that are so complex, one can't explain them to the lay individual. And actually AI, if we're not careful, runs the same risk. Some of these models are based on very complex mathematics. Of course, some are based on rather simplistic drag and drop structures, but actually some of the complex mathematics needs design and developed in a way that we can articulate it and explain to people how decisions are being constructed, how decisions are being made, and the data and the type and the structure of that decision making, which is something that we need to try and make sure that we don't get too absorbed in the technology that we can't actually explain how it's been designed and constructed. And of course, one of the other issues we've got with AI is potential displacement. You know, AI will take roles, will take jobs, as we saw in the earlier slide. Some of the more operational roles are actually now being displaced because, of course, technology is moving some of those roles out because they're being automated. I thought the McKinsey report that was produced in 2018 was a really, really strong report, and that will form the basis of the rest of the presentation, because while it recognises that AI in itself is not going to solve all of the world's challenges, it actually does identify where AI has been used to solve quite a number of the real deep underlying problems we have. And in many respects, some of the areas that the UN Sustainable Development Goal has been trying to cover and explore. And actually what we're trying to do with the research that we're doing is identify what those secondary case studies are that exist. Those used cases that can be used to try and build up the knowledge, build intelligence, build capability in order to try and learn and use that learning to solve other additional SDG challenges. I'm absolutely of the view that the technology now is sophisticated enough to allow us to solve, to innovate, and actually to grow market share in particular areas, but also to have economic and have social impact. And I do actually try to use that approach in trying to encourage as many students as we can to take on the challenge of how we can use and better understand technology, or indeed better understand trust, how people need to change their approach to using trust and the behaviour in which we interact with new technology. Now in the UK, there's quite a big push in terms of trying to use technology, and as you can see, the government itself has ring-fenced and sees the potential that AI and new technology can add to economic growth and development. And the NHS, which is our largest employer in the UK, is very clear in the use of AI in trying to operationally improve its efficiency, but actually also in terms of strategically trying to ensure that resources are deployed where they can have the greatest impact, but also making sure that we've got a degree of equality, diversity and inclusion in the way that we approach the deployment of technology in dealing with, in that particular case, health-related issues. I think it's also important that we're very clear in the kind of scale of development of technology. And of course, as we've said earlier, a lot of technology and AI in itself is procedural. It's used predominantly to deal with workflow, very mundane level. And that's fine because it does improve efficiency, it improves effectiveness. It makes sure that what we do is the right thing, but also that we do the right thing well. And that connectivity between efficiency and effectiveness is really important in dealing with these very operational level challenges. Then you've got the more tactical relationship issues that AI is solving, often decision-making. These are really important issues because if we get them wrong, they can often be life inhibiting or career limiting, or actually financially detrimental. So these tactical decisions are often really important, and actually is where we can add more value rather than the procedural workflow that the more procedural AI interventions can add. And then there's the really exciting, more strategic issues around, and the example there is the autonomous behaviour that we've now started to see within some of the more advanced use of AI, which is actually taking human interaction out of the whole conversation, out of the whole debate, out of the whole process. And actually we are having to trust the technology in order to allow its deployment to be sufficiently beneficial to our interaction and use of the instrument in hand. I think one of the big things that we are lacking in terms of AI technologists is actually the use cases that we can build from. Use cases are really, really important because what it does is allow us to learn from the lessons of others. It's identify where things are working and why they're not working, so that we don't engage in the same failed decision-making process. So developing use cases is really important. And of course, what we're also trying to do as academicians is make sure that we balance our impact and the students that we have in the use and deployment of their intellect, not just around economic good, which of course is no bad thing, but also trying to support AI for social economic change, global change makers. That, in fact, is one of the key things that we're very keen to promote at the University of Bradford. And of course, I'm sure many colleagues on this conference are very keen to do exactly the same too. Having said all of that, I think there are 5 things that I would strongly suggest. So I would almost say prescribe rather than describe that colleagues consider. The efficacy, so making sure that there is a good level of success, a sufficiently good level of success to make it not a failed implementation. Efficacy, making sure that the resources that you do are the optimal level of resources in order to allow processing to take place. We've talked about the explainability, which is making sure that you can quickly and easily articulate how the technology is being constructed and is being used to make informed decision making. Empathy, we're dealing with people quite often. AI is trying to replicate some of the human decision-making, the cognitive decision-making processes. And we need to make sure we have a way of trying to embed empathy where we can. And of course, the technology is getting better and better at doing that. And very, very importantly, there is the ethical issue and making sure that we undertake ethical due consideration and understand the ethical impact of our decisions in better deploying AI. Now, in terms of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we know there's 17 of them. The 2 that I want to spend a few minutes just talking about today are around zero hunger and are around peace, justice, and stronger institutions. And I chose those 2 particular ones because they're ones that I'm particularly interested in, and they're ones that I think through looking at where there are used cases, we can show that there's a large number in the area of peace and a relatively small number in the area of zero hunger. And I think there are opportunities there to add value where already there's a large data set of use cases, and add value where there aren't a large number, but actually there's a huge opportunity of trying to make an impact. And as you can see on the zero hunger, you can see that there really are a number of use cases that have had real strategic impact. These tend to be around economic empowerment and also around health and hunger issues. And I would strongly encourage colleagues that are interested in doing research in this area to really try to take advantage of these youth data sets that the McKinsey report has identified as strong, strategic in nature, and having had a dramatic impact in the area of reducing zero hunger. At the other end of the scale, you can see that there really is very little work around life below water, which is really quite an interesting area, given that the majority of the world is covered by water. We don't really understand what is underneath that water, but it might be interesting for colleagues to consider doing oceanographic studies where technology might perhaps play a role. The other extreme, which is where we at the University of Bradford have in fact the world's first peace studies department. So while the majority of the world were looking at developing war studies departments, the University of Bradford developed the first world's peace studies department. You can see actually there's quite a lot of use of AI covering everything from education to economic empowerment to security, justice, as well as information on verification and validation of one's credentials and decision-making in the whole area of peace, justice, and strong institutions. So quite a large data set for colleagues to build from and be creative and learn, most importantly, from. Now, when you look at the kind of technologies that are sat underneath some of those AI cases that colleagues may wish to consider, you can see there's a whole range ranging from the kind of deep learning structural to the natural learning processes. And I think we've seen huge increases in natural language processes with the introduction and development of Siri, Alexa, all of which have really dramatically pushed forward that area. Perhaps a little less in the area of natural language translation. That seems to be something that is gaining pace, and you can see through the use of natural language translation in areas such as Google. You can see that some of the software technology is improving dramatically. But there are, again, huge potential areas, and I'd strongly recommend that colleagues look at what work has taken place up to now if you wish to innovate in the area of hunger and health around food security. In the area of peace and justice, again, the kind of technologies are slightly different, actually, so much more around the kind of the image video verification. Again, you'd kind of expect that when we're talking about security, so video imagery and security. Language translation, again, is something that seems to be relatively limited, but I do know that there's a significant amount of work that's been and is taking place. Tracking technologies, the improved use of GPRS to track individuals, track data, track decision-making, again, a significant development of work in that area. And of course, around optimization, network analysis, and analytics development. So you get a sense of the kind of technologies that are there to support areas around peace, security, and justice, which is SDG 16 in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In terms of the challenges that we can see, there's a huge number of data challenges around those that are interested, and I guess even barriers to supporting AI development and its impact in society around data accessibility. And that's quite different from data availability. There's lots of data that is available. It's just whether you can access it, and more importantly, access it in the right level, and of course, is it of the right quality? And the data veracity has to be really strong for it to be meaningful as part of any data AI set that you may use. There is a limited level of expertise, availability, and accessibility. We know that. You can see that through the workforce planning around the world. And again, there are huge opportunities for colleagues around universities and colleges to try and make sure that we improve the level of education and capability and capacity to deal with some of those challenges. There are a number of regulatory limitations around security trust. And I think actually governments around the world are getting better at trying to better understand what those limitations are. And of course, organisational deployment, efficiency, and wanting to improve, but being cautious with improvements because they're worried about giving up and trusting the technology to take over some of the decision making that people have intensively historically given. But of course, before you start doing any of the AI modeling, you need to better understand the kind of data that you've got. And I kind of refer you back to one of the papers that we wrote a number of years ago with colleagues at the University of Bradford, and in fact it was for quite a while, was the most cited paper in the Journal of Business Research, and it was really looking at what those big data challenges are, and was broken into a number of areas. And the work that we did is we looked at the data life cycle, and we developed it into a topography of data challenges, process challenges, and management challenges. And what we did is try to give a really good insight into what those challenges are, and we developed taxonomies around them into those three topographies. And I think by trying to understand that challenge and that structure, colleagues, as a starting point, are better positioned to take advantage of trying to deal with some of the more challenging issues around AI. So in terms of the future, go experiment, go play with these things. There are lots of analytical technologies, and whether it's a neural net that you want to download from the internet, or whether it's an algorithm, there's lots out there. Go innovate and go and disrupt. Don't be disruptive, but go and disrupt markets, go and disrupt processes, and go and use that as a real opportunity to experiment and look at how you can change, how you can influence, how you can add value. And some of the work finally that we're doing at the University of Bradford, one of the things that I've done is taken on an additional role as the chair of the Bradford Economic Recovery Board. So I have been working with the local government, and we produced our post-COVID 5-year strategy that colleagues may wish to take a look at. And actually, what we have done is identified 5 priority areas. And these 5 priority areas, young and diverse population, we are the youngest city in Europe in terms of our population. And of course, that's really positive for us, because it means that young people generally are interested in technology, and we've got a number of innovative programs in AI and data science. And we want to understand how we can use those, that resource, and use the technology to influence the green economy, influence culture and place, influence health and well-being, and of course, some of those cross-cutting themes that span across our whole area. I will end it there, and I think I hopefully am on time, 2 minutes ahead of time, and I think that might mean I can take some questions, but I'm not sure, Dr. Hisham, if there's something you'd like me to do or not.
Right, thank you very much. It was a very, very much interesting. And I know everybody now is talking about artificial intelligence, you're talking about the 4th industrial revolution. And I think I've seen one question from the audience. You're asking, now, where is artificial intelligence with higher education sector? Where are we going, or where do we see higher education in the future with regard to artificial intelligence?
So I can answer that in 2 ways. So I guess there are two answers to that. So there's the use of AI in higher education, and then there is the development of innovative courses in higher education. So let me deal with the last one first. The problem I see is that most universities that have degrees in artificial intelligence, you almost need to be a mathematician to survive on those courses. And that's problematic, because the maths level of capability, and it generally comes from engineering faculties, I must say, it's quite demanding. And that turns a lot of people off in wanting to pursue a career in AI. Now, at Bradford, we did it 2 ways. So we didn't design an AI program that requires huge mathematical capabilities, because actually you don't need to anymore. There are some fantastic programs and packages that have all the technology within. What you need to do is carefully spec out the problem, and that's the difficulty of it. You've got to be able to disentangle the problem, articulate the problem in a way that you identify the parameters, and the technology with the data that you have will simply solve it for you. So yes, there is a space for people with really strong mathematical skills to design those packages, but I think there's an even bigger space for colleagues that can articulate and disentangle a complex problem so that the technology can solve it for them. And that's a skill in itself. Now, we developed, and we got some funding from the government, actually. We were one of a small number of universities that received funding from the government to develop that kind of master's program that doesn't require you to be a mathematician. Actually, it doesn't even require you to have a significant STEM background. What it requires you to is articulate and understand how to identify problems and then disentangle them into a way that you can solve them, that's a skill in itself. And then the application of technology, yes, of course, we will explain, but by and large, you can download algorithms, you can play with the algorithm, you can download neural networks. The technology is there, it's available, lots of it is easily accessible. What isn't is your ability to look at a problem and to define it in a way that is solvable with technology. And doing that is something that we have been able to launch a master's program in. And actually, it went straight in at our more successful, in terms of student recruitment, master's program in September. So by all definition, we're doing well in that area. Now, there is a role absolutely for a more mathematical AI program, but that is to design that's to create the people that design the packages. What we're trying to do is to develop the people that can solve the problem, that they're different than the people that develop the algorithms themselves. The second question, which was around the use of AI, huge applications, largely I would think around blockchain technologies. So for example, what we're now seeing is students saying we would like to have I'll give you an example. I can't find my high school diploma. I've got no idea where it is. But if I had it blockchained, actually, it would be a vaulted technology that would simply keep a record of really quite an important document for me. I don't need it anymore, but I quite like to have access to it. And actually, blockchain is going to be a disruptor, I think, in the sector where in the future you won't come on stage to get to graduate and to get your, maybe ceremonial, you get your certificate, but actually it will simply be either a QR code or a blockchain reference that will be stored, and you will simply have reference to, and you could give perhaps when you're looking to seek employment at another organisation. And there are lots of other examples around workflow, around pushing student data across organisations in a much more efficient way than we do at the moment, which is largely keyboard data entry, which is very, very inefficient. And again, if you look at the earlier slide around the jobs that are disappearing, it's the low-level data entry jobs that are disappearing. They're being replaced by smart workflow planning that is strongly driven by good decision-making with good heuristics that are AI-driven.
Great answer. I'm going to just raise the last question because I'm sure that question is in the mind of all faculty. Is artificial intelligence will replace faculty? Will
it replace faculty? Well, I don't think so, because at the moment, what students really, you can see this through this COVID pandemic. For example, I am now leading the development of the new student offer for our students for the next academic year. And what students are telling us is what they are missing are two things. They contact, not just with staff, but with each other. And they're missing the campus. And therefore, I think there is a role for the virtual, whether it's this kind of interaction, or whether it's a role for students wanting to meet and have conversations with each other. Because actually the amount of learning that students have by having conversations with each other, the physical space, the environment are hugely important factors. And that's why I don't think that the online educational experience is going to take over the physical in exactly the same way that I don't think that having a chatbot is going to take over me asking an academic the question I want to ask to get the answer I want. How many times have we all engaged with a chatbot where we ask a question, but you get a standard answer? It doesn't really matter what you ask. You're getting one of 50 answers. That's kind of not education. So no, I don't think it will do. I think what we will find is that some of the processes that we academics deal with will just be taken away from us. So, the development of slide material, the uploading of slide material, maybe some of the way that we handle, not the marking, but we handle some of the marks and the development of that into student profile. I think that's quite low-level automation, but the added value will be in the narrative, in the dialogue, in the engagement. And that's the only value we can add. Otherwise, the rest can be automated far better than we can automate it with much, much higher degrees of accuracy.
Right, Professor Zairi, I think really this was an interesting answer. I think by then we want to conclude the session, and thank you very much for taking time from your busy schedule and come to us and give us your key address. It was really fantastic. So on behalf of MCBS as well as the Arab Academy for Science and Technology, I thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. I think good afternoon in Oman and also in Egypt. Hello, everybody. And it is my pleasure to be here as a session chair in this prestigious session. We have 3 papers or 3 speakers, but the papers jointly. In the first paper, we have 2 authors. Second paper, we have 2 authors also. The last one and third paper, we have 4 authors. We start by first paper, Dr. Ayman Al-Gharib and Dr. Ines Al-Nahas. I think Dr. Ines is the presenter. Give me the chance to introduce Dr. Ines Al-Nahas. Before every paper, I will introduce the author which represents the paper. Dr. Ines Al-Nahas is a quality manager at General Secretary of Mental Health and Addiction Treatment. She has a doctorate in business management from Faculty of Commerce at Shams University. And she is Egyptian Fellowship Management in Health Informatics. And she got his master's degree in Logistics Hospitals Management from Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport. Dr. Ines comes with more than 17 years of experience in quality and administrative field. She has worked as a director of follow-up department at Al Abbasiyya Hospital for Mental Health Care. It is a famous hospital in Egypt in this sector. She is a certified lecturer in Government Leaders Preparation Center of the Management Learning Training Program in the field of crisis management, strategic management, time management, leadership styles, and quality management services. Please, Dr. Ines, are you ready?
Generates in a country, and multiple studies have been conducted on the concept of service quality. As an example, we have
today we will
2 studies conducted in the banking sector, okay, and we have another study in the supply chain and the logistic industry, and also
Dr. Ines.
Hello, Dr.
Okay.
the purpose of my study. The study aims to explore the service quality in Omani luxury hotels, identify attributes that can result in customer satisfaction and loyalty, and the objectives of the study. We have 3 different objectives. Objective is to assess guest expectation of service quality in Muscat luxury hotels. The second objective is to determine the key attributes recognized by guests in evaluating the service quality of Muscat. And the last
titled Evaluating the Role of Leadership in Crisis Management. And this is a study filed in Psychiatric Hospital Cairo in Egypt. This paper prepared by Dr. Ayman Al-Gharib and me, Dr. Ines Al-Nahas. Dr. Ayman Al-Gharib, Assistant Prof in Higher Institute for Computer and Business Administration, Egypt. Dr. Ines Al-Nahas, Quality Manager, General Secretariat of Mental Health and Addiction Treatment, Ministry of Health, Egypt. In the last few years, a considerable gap between mental health care needs and available service in Egypt has been documented. There is comprehensive psychiatric hospital legislation to enhance the rights of persons with mental disorders, but there is a lack of firm policy for implementation. Psychiatric illness permeates all sections, with hundreds of thousands seeking psychiatric help each year, and it is believed that Egypt could be facing a mental health crisis. Suicide is on the rise across Egypt as many people struggle to get the help, and they need to overcome the fear of judgment and social exclusion. Hatchner in 2008 said, crises in healthcare system affect people and have significant impact on health, life, and economy. And the other authors said the crises come in many shapes and sizes, whether it's a human crisis or natural crisis. Therefore, crisis management deals with the major event that threatens to harm or has already harmed the organization. Fleckner's 2001 defined the crisis as failure to act that interferes with the continuing function of an organization, with acceptable achievement of its objective, its inability to survive or to continue, or has detrimental personal effect as seen by most clients. Human factors plays a major role when it comes to organizing a health crisis management. The cornerstone of preparedness system is personality of the manager. Leaders who are confident and able to maintain critical control are important players during a crisis, and effective leadership in healthcare organization must be training and planning and preparation for inevitable crisis. Purpose of this paper to determine the preparedness of the hospital included in the study when dealing with a crisis, and to determine the relationship between crisis management and leadership style, and also to investigate the impact of employee demographic data, age, gender, grade of education, and experience on the effectiveness of crisis management in hospitals. Mostly the researchable topics about leadership focus on issue of quality, ability, effectiveness, or leadership style. Holly and Maskell 2001 stated that the leaders perceive the concept of leadership as inducing complaints, respect, and cooperation. In other words, the leader exercises power over the followers to obtain their cooperation. Plotkin and Goodboy 2010 defined the leadership as a social effect on groups. Person 2001, leadership is ability to responsible to influence the work team to achieve a set of goals. We choose three types of leadership styles, which are transformational leadership style and authoritarian leadership style and democratic leadership style. As a first, transformational leadership style, this approach aims to reorient the thinking of its employee, transform their needs and change their vision of what they aspire to. Authoritarian leadership style, this is style based on one person, this leadership, whereby the leader takes all decisions and has all powers, and that the subordinates must be implement all his decision only in way he sees. Democratic leadership style, this is style characterized by a focus on the group as a team. So there is great interaction with the group. The manager shares responsibility and the decisions with team member as a team member. Crisis management often affects decision-making agility and depends on uncertain or incomplete information, and it needs to develop plans to reduce the risk of a crisis and to deal with any crisis that may arise, and to determine these plans to reduce the impact of crisis and help the institution recover from it, and restart its basic activity as soon as possible. Crisis management is how an organization responds to a crisis in an effective leadership manner, in a timely fashion, trying to avoid damage that harms the organization profitability and affect its reputation. The strategy for dealing with crisis varies from case to case, depending on the time of stress and extent of control and the magnitude of the disaster, as it leads to a threat to the organization and may be accompanied by the continuum of crisis that will help in the classification and understanding of real crisis, and most importantly, to give indicators to managers about development and exploration of the crisis. The strategic framework for planning and managing a crisis and public sector organizing in the next slide. This model indicates that the strategic management and planning approach to crisis management can be beneficial to managers of psychiatric hospitals. This model talking about the three stages in managing a crisis: prevention and planning, implementation, evaluation and feedback, and it shows all tasks and activities in all stages. Understanding and classifying a crisis includes the type of crisis and its scale, and how it will impact strategy development and implementation. So developing a specific strategy is necessary to deal with the evolving crisis through its life cycle. There is a need for flexibility in all its stages of the strategic management process to handling a crisis depend on the nature of the crisis. The following model explains the hypothesis by cause and effect diagram or Ishikawa diagram, which are: there is an influence of effective leadership style in crisis management, and there is a significant relation between transformational leadership style and the crisis management. There is a significant relation between authoritarian leadership style and the crisis management. There is a significant relation between democratic leadership style and the crisis management. And there are significant effect of employee demographic data, age, gender, grade of education, and the experience on managing a crisis. Based on the mentioned hypothesis, was suggested to achieve the research objective and the qualitative approach to using a questionnaire for collection data and was adopted. The research will measure the relationship between effective leadership style and the crisis management in psychiatric hospital. So the research population will be the staff who present in psychiatric hospital in Cairo. Sample and population. Target population for this study is employees who work in governmental psychiatric hospital in Cairo, Abbasiyah, Hilwan, Khanka, and Heliopolis Hospital. Finding and discussion. Based on the statistical analysis of the research, the following results are considered typical answers for the research questions. The first hypothesis was accepted. There is a positive relation between the effective leadership in crisis management, especially transformational leadership style. The second hypothesis was accepted. There is a difference in dealing with crisis managing based on the demographic factors, age, gender, grade identification, and experience. Based on these data, it can be said: choosing the leadership style has a positive impact on crisis management. Choosing the type of effective leadership style plays a positive role in crisis management. And there are clear differences between hospitals under investigation in type of crisis and the management methods in shape and sizes. There is a close relation between the approach to dealing with crisis and demographic factors, type, age, group of education, and experience. Conclusion and recommendation. Based on the result and finding relieved in the researcher suggests the following recommendation in action plan table. Establishment of crisis management unit in mental health hospitals, integrating a crisis management methodology, designing a plan to deal with the crisis, prepare a team occupied and ready to manage the crisis, provide a special budget for crisis response, creating an image in the mind of employees about the effective and the competent manager of crisis management, providing specialized management quality and efficiency in crisis management, encouraging collective action and developing material and moral support for crisis management personnel, enabling employees to participate in solving the problem, seeking the root cause as a potential opportunities for improvement, follow the initiative strategy, and direct staff to form the work properly. Further studies, it's recommended that other studies similar to the current study should be conducted to address the crisis and the disaster surrounding psychiatry and follow up closely and work on the reform. More applied studies are recommended for mental health workers in particular and the other psychological organizations in general. Further study are recommended on the involvement of staff in crisis management and how to deal with them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Ines. It is a good presentation about leadership style in these important sectors in hospital, especially in this type of hospital. Now, please, any questions to Dr. Ines? Any questions, comments, please? Dr. Ines, I have one comment. I see your results different from hospital to another. Is this dependence in the leadership style or the type of hospital or depends on the facilities or the upgrading, something like this?
Yes, doctor, I'm sorry, I am tired. I can't present the presentation. Yes, every hospital have sizes يعني هي مختلفة في sizes, different sizes and different leadership style and different number of beds and employees different in every hospital.
Okay. I ask about is the leadership style is a unique element in the effect of these differences in results. As example, what is the difference between Hilwan Hospital and Al Khanka Hospital? Is the only difference is the leadership style?
Size. No different, no in this type, but in size of the hospital and the employees' sizes different from one hospital to another.
Yes.
But we found the result that transformational leadership style is a best type of leadership style, can manage the crisis, and can change the employee performance in the time of the crisis.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ines.
Thank you, doctor.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Now we move to the second presenter, Dr. Adil Kendi. By the way, the paper is matching with the first one, Dr. Ines. Dr. Adil Kendi has a big CV. Dr. Adil holds a PhD from University Technology Malaysia, UTM. It is a famous university. We have many colleagues here in Egypt, especially in Arab Academy, graduate from UTM in engineering, mechanical engineering. He is also a teaching staff in Modern College of Business and Science, Muscat, Oman. Is currently focusing on the impact of COVID-19 on the aviation sector and the human resources development strategy for the Oman 2040 vision. Dr. Adil has a long CV. I will concentrate in many points. He has a strong academic experience and the technical experience, which is good, especially in the field of business, and this can be helps our students to get the skills of the market. Dr. Adil also published many articles in reputable journals and currently active in many areas of research and publications. Dr. Adil also certified the aircraft maintenance engineer by the Federal Aviation Administration USA and the Omani Civil Aviation Authority. Dr. Adil interest in the leadership and leadership style. Dr. Adil, please, the floor was yours. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hopefully all you could hear me. I will pull my presentation. Thank you, Doctor, for your introduction. The paper today is going to discuss about the influence on transformation leadership on psychological empowerment of Oman Civil Services agencies. It's a conceptual model. My co-author is Prof. Hisham Magid, who worked with me side by side in preparation of this paper, inshallah. So, presentation outline is introduction, literature review, methodology, the conceptual framework and discussion, conclusion, and limitation of study and future scope. Oman is a developing Arab country located in the southeast of Arabian Peninsula. The context of this study is Oman Civil Service agencies provide service to the public sector. Since 1970, there was a large effort to develop human resources in Oman to a level is reachable internationally and have governmental that able to sustain the high level of performance. This is required is clear strategy for continuous development. Therefore, His Majesty Sultan Qaboos rahimahullah held a symposium to development of human resources and governmental performance in 2012. This strategy aims to have governmental system for future development in the area of economic, social, and administrative objectives, and induce a drastic change in current administrative system, leading for improve its effectiveness, efficiency, and contribution to the national development process in Oman. This diagram shows the area of study coming from the strategy, and we're going to concentrate on the area of human resources development. The next area is look at the leadership, okay, specifically transformation leadership and how it can work in overcome some of obstacle of advancement in Oman, like provide organization vision, empower the employee, and development contextual performance. Leadership has a great influence on individual psychological empowerment, and in turn is expected to drive individual performance. And this increase of individual performance, of course, collectively, going to add to improve the organization performance. It's essential, therefore, to examine these systems of the leadership in Oman to see the effectiveness, efficiency, and how they're contributing to performance enhancement. Psychological empowerment is one of the most significant factors that drive the individual performance as supported by many studies. The main objective of this study is to assess the impact of transformation leadership on psychological empowerment. Psychological empowerment has a significant influence on performance, behavior, and other organization outcome. However, it is ignored by the majority of the organization because it's not stipulated in organization terms of reference or documentation, like social structure empowerment. So the significance of this study is focuses on the micro scale of empowerment, psychological empowerment, and its role of leadership in enhancement of psychological empowerment. Psychological empowerment is a cognitive form of empowerment that is an essential for the overall workplace empowerment. But as we said earlier, it's been neglected, unfortunately. So generally, the study will cover the generic area and look at as the Oman Civil Service Agency, because there's a demand to perform this kind of study in Oman, because there's lack of these studies in general in this area. Third, Also, the study will concentrate on the way of maintain sustainability of psychological empowerment in Oman. Fourth, it examines the role of leadership and specifically transformational leadership as a major antecedent of psychological empowerment. So it set up work environment that is required for employee to be psychologically empowered. Fifth, it examines the vital role of transformation leadership in addressing the areas of this study. This can be validated by Causes and Posner Transformation Leadership Behavior 2007. The sixth significant item of this study is attempts to address the gap in literature and precisely the requirement to conduct the transformation leadership studies with related work outcomes is supported by many studies. Those are the significance of this study. So transformation leadership, in literature review, leadership is an art of directing organization resources to achieve organization objective in the most effective way, when the leader's characteristic and charisma play a great role in motivating and elevating and directing the followers, appealing to from the behavior point of view. Transformation leadership is crucial in addressing the practical areas of this study. For example, Causes and Posner indicated that transformation leadership can provide organizational vision, it can empower the employee, it is suitable type of leadership that can be used among civil services because they require the cascading of leadership in the different organizational level. So why transformation leadership is appealing for Oman civil services agencies? Studies have supported the universality of transformation leadership, that it can be used in different type of organizations and industry, private and governmental. Therefore, it suits with Oman Civil Services because these agencies provide widespread of services to the Omani public. Studies have supported this requirement that in general, there's a requirement to perform transformation leadership in Oman. So what does transformation leadership, how it can contribute into the development of human resources? It concerned with the values, ethics, emotion, long-term goals, standard, including the satisfaction, assistance of followers to satisfy their needs. It motivates them to perform to higher level. It improves environment, so it builds work environment that will work in enhance followers' performance. It emphasizes it transforming in followers' values, judgment, belief, and needs. It encourages the followers to become a goal-oriented through the awareness of the organization mission and vision. Through transformation leadership behaviors, leaders create vision of change, provide resources, give individual support, and monitor followers' improvement. Transformation leadership has transformation leadership Posner has 5 behaviors. These behaviors are expected to give commitment to the organization. Model the way means leaders go first. The leaders' obligation is demonstrate the behavior they expect to achieve from their followers. This behavior is going to ensure clarity of value, and then they're going to lead by example. The second one is inspiring the shared vision. Leaders required to share the future vision of the organization to the followers. 2, inspire vision into followers. The vision has to be associated with the followers' motivation and as well as in the interest. This will lead to envision the future and lead others into the vision. The third one challenges the process is the leader when take extra step to take a step for innovation and challenging the current processes within the followers. By doing this, the leader searching for opportunities and challenging the current status. Enabling others to act is about involve the followers in planning and grant them the freedom of choice in decision making. This behavior fosters collaboration, trust, and empowerment. And also it fosters strengthening of others. In caring the heart is about recognition about others, their act, and to give them the opportunity. Recognize the contribution of others and celebrate the value of their victory. Psychological empowerment is another way, another item we're going to discuss. Is this foundation of this psychological empowerment, it started with the cognitive theory of Cotton and other scholars. Construct framework present PE as an intrinsic motivation built on 4 cognition. These 4 cognitions are competence, self-determination, impact, and meaning. These 4 cognition reflect employees' orientation toward their work. Is a set of psychological status that are essential for individual to feel a sense of control in relation to their work. So psychological empowerment has 4 cognitions, as we saw. The first one is competence. So it's a self-efficacy specified in one's work and the ability to execute work task with required skills. The next one is meaning, is the orientation between the individual in the work role. So it's fit between the requirement of one's work role and beliefs. Impact is a perception of individual that their behavior is going to lead of change within the organization. The last one is self-determination. It is sense of autonomy within the individual, that they have a freedom to initiate and execute their act. These are the antecedents and outcomes of psychological empowerment. So the most important antecedent is leadership, as we see. Transformational leadership and psychological empowerment. What's the relationship between the two? Many scholars reported the influence of transformational leadership on PE. Literature reveals support of positive income of TL on PE by the majority of literature, because some literature didn't support this, but the majority did. The following 5 hypotheses can be postulated between the 2 variables. TL has a significant and positive impact on overall PE, and also it has significant and positive impact on competence dimension of PE. It has significant and positive impact on the self-determination of PE. It has significant and positive impact on impact dimension of psychological empowerment. And the last, it has positive and impact meaning on meaning dimension of PE. The study, the methodology. The study developed a consumption model that will be tested in 2nd stage after data collection. Therefore, this study has 2 stages. Stage 1 is an existing review of literature was formed to build this model. This stage 2 will validate the data. The model will be validated after collection of data from Oman civil services agencies. The 2nd stage, we're going to deploy a full quantitative approach of research. And those the area they're going to be covered in the second stage of this study. The framework of this study relies on a single stage of transformation leadership. So it's not into subscale level, and is going to look at the effect on psychological empowerment as overall, also in individual level of psychological empowerment effect by the leadership, specific transformation leadership. This study utilized single factor approach for transformation leadership because of the following leadership. Because the leader, when he practices transformation leadership, he practices as overall behavior. So leaders don't pick up at one single behavior, but he practices both overall, and the overall behavior are expected to induce changes into the followers. Overall, the 5 leadership practices collectively provide the leadership of the effect on the followers. Objective of this framework is to investigate the relationship between cause and Posner 2007 model on the 4 dimensions of SPIRSA, meaning self-determination, impact, and competence. The result of the theoretical literature review revealed that TL has an impact on psychological empowerment. The conceptual framework and discussion. TL, transformation leadership, and its impact on followers' work attitude was well demonstrated by the literature. These positive work attitudes foster an environment for enhancement of psychological empowerment. Transformation leadership specifically has an impact on its followers' PE. Also, generally, is associated on overall followers' empowerment, not only psychological, but overall empowerment. Many studies have asserted that employees who have developed the relationship with their leaders reported high level of psychological empowerment. So, the conclusion of this study developed a conceptual model by intercept the TL behavior with the psychological empowerment. The model addresses the practical and theoretical approaches for performance enhancement among civil services agencies. It focuses on the individual performance and its contribution to the overall organizational performance. The role of leadership is well detailed and assessed. It's the item that provides the social and psychological environment for the individual psychological empowerment and performance. The theoretical contribution of the knowledge is one of few studies in Oman links TL with individual independent variable as independent variable in both overall dimension, and it is the majority of study were in overall PE level, not individual level. It contributes to the theory of TL, its impact on PE in the area where the few studies, the majority of studies were accomplished in the Western world, in the Asia. It assesses causes and Posner model and its contribution. This model, it was seldom used. The majority study of transformation leadership was done with different models, not causes and Posner model. Practical contribution to knowledge. It adds in many practical implications to knowledge specifically for this context, because we talk about Oman civil service agencies. It contributes to development of governmental performance in human resources area. It assesses leadership style, aiming to improve the leadership of the Oman civil service agency. Once this model is validated, and will formulate a practical guideline to the Ministry of Labor in setup of the National Plan for Human Resource Development in the following areas. First, leadership development plans and related leadership training. The emphasis employee development on their training to plans should include the psychological empowerment specifically. Third, it provides general information to the Ministry of Labor related to the establishment of training foundation for the agencies. What's the limitation of this scope? This scope at this stage was done in an area with the limitation general of the study of transformation leadership on the outcome. The second limitation study only was based on collection of data. So the model is not being tested yet. However, after testing of this model, which is a next step of this study, we expected to find more outcome. So it is suggested that the development hypothesis will be tested by causal analysis regression between the variables. And the approach was, we're going to use structure model. We'll present the causal relationship between the AMOS. We're going to use AMOS, SEM analysis will be conducted to see the outcome of the causal between the transformation leadership and the transformation and the psychological empowerment. Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Thank you, Dr. Adil. Thank you.
Sir.
Any questions, please? No, any question or comments? Dr. Adil, first of all, thank you for your condensed presentation, but let me ask you, this is a review article. You mentioned about 5 hypotheses, but you didn't test it. I cannot follow any results regarding to this hypothesis you put it in your presentation.
Yes, doctor. Thank you very much for the question. The testing of the hypothesis is going to be performed in second stage. So at this stage, we built a conceptual model, and this model, inshallah, after collecting the data, will be tested. Now, we actually in the process of collecting all the data, doctor.
Nice, but it is regular in all papers and the presentation. If we put the hypothesis, we must test it by the end of the contribution. So if we now in the stage of conceptual framework, we can move the hypothesis from the presentation.
I agree with you, Prof. Oh. Absolutely. The testing of the hypothesis is essential in this case. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Last but not least is a third presentation. It is joint between four colleagues from Arab Academy. I think Mr. Islam Hanafi, Dr. Muhammad Hassan, Dr. Sarah Gazzar, and Dr. Hiba Al-Mismari. The presenter is Mr. Islam Hanafi. Mr. Islam graduate from Arab Academy as a master degree in supply chain, Arab Academy or Arab Institute for Trade and Commodity Exchange, ASTMT, Arab Academy for Science, Technology, Maritime Transport from March 2012, and BSc in Economics from Faculty of Economics and Political Science, Cairo University in March, maybe May 2009. Islam has many training courses in basic banking, in principles of investment, international computer driving license, ICDL, soft skills, and many skills in training. And now he enrollment as a PhD student. Islam, are you ready?
Yes, Doctor.
Yes, please. 15 minutes, Islam, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية أود أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر وجزيل العرفان والتقدير للأستاذة الدكتورة سارة الجزار، عميد كلية النقل الدولي واللوجستيات بالأكاديمية العربية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا والنقل البحري بالإسكندرية. الأستاذة الدكتورة هبة المسماري، وكيل كلية النقل الدولي واللوجستيات لشؤون التعليم بالأكاديمية العربية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا والنقل البحري بالإسكندرية. الأستاذ الدكتور محمد حسان، عميد كلية النقل الدولي واللوجستيات بالأكاديمية العربية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا والنقل البحري بأسوان. وإلى جميع القائمين على المؤتمر. الدراسة التي نحن بصدد عرضها الآن هي بعنوان أثر ملائمة استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد على ربحية الشركات، نموذج مقترح. وتشرف بالعرض إسلام حنفي، مدرس مساعد في كلية النقل الدولي واللوجستيات بالأكاديمية العربية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا والنقل البحري بالإسكندرية. بالنسبة لمحتويات العرض سنجد أنها تتضمن ملخص الدراسة، مقدمة، منهجية الدراسة، وصولا لنتائج الدراسة وتوصياتها. عند الحديث عن مفهوم ملائمة استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد سنجد أنها عبارة عن التوافق والاتصال بين جانبين، أحدهما يمثل خصائص وسمات وطبيعة المنتج، والجانب الآخر يمثل هدف وطبيعة وطريقة تصميم سلسلة الإمداد التي تخدم هذا المنتج. أو بمعنى آخر، لكي يتحقق مفهوم الملائمة لابد من اختيار وتحديد الاستراتيجية المناسبة لسلسلة الإمداد التي تقوم على خدمة المنتج وفقا لخصائص هذا المنتج وطبيعته. وبالتالي هدفت الدراسة إلى الخروج بإطار النظري يربط بين مفهوم الملائمة وربحية الشركات، ويوضح بمعنى أدق الآثار والنتائج التي تترتب على تبني الشركات لمفهوم الملائمة وأثر ذلك على ربحية هذه الشركات. وبالحديث عن منهجية الدراسة نجد أنها تمثلت فيه أنه تم بشكل واضح في خلال الورقة البحثية استعراض للدراسات التي تناولت العلاقة بين تبني مفهوم الملائمة وربحية الشركات بداية من عام 2007 وحتى عام 2020. تناولت منهجية الدراسة أيضا استعراض مدى ودرجة فاعلية نموذج فيشر الذي ظهر عام 1997 في تحديد درجة ملائمة استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد. وبالنسبة لنتائج الدراسة نجد أنها خلصت في الخروج بالمتغيرات المكونة للإطار النظري، وبالتالي نموذج الدراسة والتي تمثلت فيه ملائمة استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد كمتغير مستقل، ربحية الشركات بشكل أكثر تفصيلا كمتغير تابع، كل من الإيراد والتكلفة وإدارة الأصول كمتغيرات وسيطة. أما بالنسبة لقيمة الدراسة فنجد أنها تجلت في نقطتين، إحداهما أنها قدمت إطارا نظريا يربط بين تلك المتغيرات، والأخرى أن هذه الدراسة ستكون بمثابة دليل استرشادي لكل من صانع القرار والمتعاملين داخل الدولة أو المنطقة الجغرافية التي سيتم تطبيق نموذج الدراسة عليها. بداية، ظهر الاهتمام بمفهوم إدارة سلاسل الإمداد من جانب الشركات والمؤسسات نظرا للتحديات الكبيرة التي تواجهها هذه الشركات يوميا في سبيل إرضاء العملاء وتلبية رغباتهم. وفي الفترة الأخيرة لوحظ بشكل كبير انتقال المنافسة من نطاق منافسة بين شركات وكيانات إلى منافسة بين سلاسل إمداد وخطوط إنتاج، وبالتالي ظهرت الحاجة الشديدة إلى التعامل مع الأنشطة الأساسية للشركات بشكل منظم، بداية من المورد والمواد الخام، مرورا بالتصنيع والتوزيع لتجار الجملة والتجزئة، وصولا للمستهلك النهائي. لذلك ظهرت أهمية الدور الحيوي الذي تلعبه إدارة سلاسل الإمداد في هذا النطاق. وانطلاقا من ذلك كان لزاما وضرورة أنه بمجرد أن يتحقق التنظيم الملائم لتلك الأنشطة أن يتم البحث عن كيفية تحقيق الربط المناسب بين هدف سلسلة الإمداد واستراتيجية الشركة انطلاقا من طبيعة المنتج. وهذا ما يتحقق من خلال الدور الهام لمفهوم ملائمة استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد. كما ذكرنا تم التعرف على مصطلح الملائمة في استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد لأول مرة بواسطة فيشر عام 1997. وكما ذكرنا أن هذا المصطلح يربط بين خصائص المنتج وخصائص سلسلة الإمداد التي تخدم هذا المنتج. وبالنظر للخصائص المتعلقة بالمنتج نجد أن من أهمها خصائص ترتبط بالقدرة على التنبؤ بحجم الطلب الخاص بالمنتج ودورة حياة المنتج وطبيعة تنوع المنتجات. فهناك منتجات يطلق عليها المنتجات الوظيفية، وهي المنتجات التي تتسم بقدرة عالية على التنبؤ بأحجام طلب السوق عليها، وتتسم كذلك بطول دورة الحياة، بالإضافة إلى أن هذه المنتجات تتسم بالثبات وعدم التنوع بشكل كبير. العكس تماما بالنسبة للنوع الآخر من تتغير بشكل كبير من حين لآخر، بالإضافة إلى قصر دورة حياة هذه المنتجات إلى جانب التنوع الكبير الموجود بينها. وبالحديث عن خصائص وأهداف سلسلة الإمداد التي تخدم تلك المنتجات، نجد أنها تختلف وفقا لمجموعة من المعايير تتعلق باستراتيجيات المخزون واستراتيجية تصميم المنتج ومعايير اختيار المورد، حيث أن استراتيجيات سلسلة الإمداد نجد أنها مقسمة لنوعين أساسيين. الأول يسمى باستراتيجية الكفاءة، والتي تتسم بالتعامل مع كميات كبيرة من المخزون الخاص بالمنتج، سواء كان منتج نهائي أو أجزاء من هذا المنتج على طول سلسلة الإمداد. وبالتالي يكون النوع الأمثل من المنتجات لمثل هذه الاستراتيجيات هي المنتجات الوظيفية. أما الاستراتيجية الأخرى تسمى باستراتيجية الاستجابة، والتي تتسم بالتعامل مع كميات محددة من المخزون، سواء كان من المنتج النهائي أو أجزاء هذا المنتج. وتصبح هذه الاستراتيجية أكثر ملائمة للمنتجات المبتكرة. ويمكن تلخيص استراتيجيات سلسلة الإمداد وفقا لملائمتها لكل نوع من أنواع المنتجات في الشكل الآتي. فنجد أن الاستراتيجية الأولى وهي استراتيجية الكفاءة تقوم على توفير المنتجات للمستهلكين بأقل تكلفة ممكنة، وتكون أكثر تماشيا وملائمة للمنتجات الوظيفية التي تتسم بطول دورة الحياة والانخفاض النسبي في هامش أرباحها والثبات النسبي في حجم وطبيعة الطلب عليها. أما الاستراتيجية الثانية وهي استراتيجية الاستجابة، والتي تهدف للوصول للمستهلك النهائي بأقل وقت ممكن وأفضل جودة ممكنة لأداء الخدمة، تكون أكثر ملائمة للنوع الثاني من المنتجات وهي المنتجات المبتكرة، والتي تمتاز بقصر دورة الحياة وارتفاع هامش أرباحها والتغير الكبير في حجم وطبيعة الطلب عليها. وبالحديث عن مؤشرات الربحية وعلاقتها بملائمة استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد، نجد أن ملائمة استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد يمكن أن تؤثر على كل من إيراد وتكتبة وإدارة أصول الشركة، ومن ثم التأثير على الربحية بمختلف مؤشراتها. فبداية بالنسبة لجانب الإيراد، نجد أن تأثير ملائمة استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد على إيرادات الشركة يظهر تأثيره في 4 مؤشرات أساسية من مؤشرات الربحية، وهي معدل نمو المبيعات، هامش الأرباح قبل الفوائد والضرائب، إجمالي هامش الأرباح، معدل العائد على المبيعات. في حين أن تأثير الملائمة على تكاليف الشركة يظهر في مؤشرين أساسيين من مؤشرات الربحية، وهما معدل العائد على الأصول ومعدل العائد على رأس المال العامل، وذلك نظرا لارتباط انخفاض تكلفة الحصول على كل من أصول ورأس مال الشركة بتبني الشركة بمفهوم الملائمة في استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد الخاص بها. أما بالنسبة لتأثير الملائمة على جانب إدارة الأصول الخاص بالشركة، فنجد أن هذا التأثير يظهر بشكل كبير في معدل العائد على الأصول الخاص بالشركة. وبالنسبة لمنهجية الدراسة، فكما سبق وأن أشرنا أنها تقوم بشكل أساسي على استعراض الدراسات السابقة والأوراق البحثية للوصول لنموذج مقترح يربط بين متغيرات الدراسة، وذلك من خلال الإجابة على تساؤلات الدراسة الأساسية، وهي ما هي أهم الدراسات السابقة التي تناولت العلاقة بين ملائمة استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد وربحية الشركات، كيف يمكن بناء نموذج متكامل يربط بين جميع النقاط التي ظهرت في الدراسات السابقة ويغطي بالتالي الفجوة البحثية. وبالنسبة للدراسات التي تناولت العلاقة بين ملائمة استراتيجية سلسلة الإمداد وربحية الشركات، نجد أن عدد منها اتفق على استخدام معدل العائد على الأصول كمؤشر مناسب لقدرة وكفاءة سلسلة الإمداد، ويشير كذلك معدل العائد على الأصول بطبيعته إلى ربحية الشركة كنسبة من إجمالي أصولها، ويعطي كذلك فكرة عن مدى كفاءة الإدارة في استخدام أصول الشركة لتحقيق أرباح. وكلما زادت قيمة هذا المعدل كلما كان هذا أفضل، لأنه يشير إلى مستوى أعلى من الأداء المالي للشركة. وكذلك اعتمدت مجموعة من الدراسات الأخرى على الأداء المالي كمتغير تابع، وتم ربطه بالعمليات المختلفة لسلسلة الإمداد. فتوصلت إحدى الدراسات إلى أن هناك علاقة ذات دلالة إحصائية بين إدارة سلاسل الإمداد والأداء المالي للشركات. وهدف الدراسة
دكتور إسلام ممكن تخش للنتائج
الإمداد على الأداء المالي لمجموعة من البنوك التجارية، في حين هدف.
تمام يا دكتور.
الربط الامثل بين طبيعه المنتج وهدف سلسله الامداد التي تخدم هذا المنتج. وتوصلت احدى هذه الدراسات على عدد محدود جدا من مؤشرات الربحيه. لم نلاحظ تضمينها لجميع مؤشرات الربحيه واقتصارها على عدد محدود جدا من مؤشرات الربحيه، وبالتالي كانت الفجوه البحثيه الخاصه بالدراسه هي ضروره التركيز بشكل محدد على جميع مؤشرات الربحيه، واستدعى ذلك ضروره الخروج باطار النظري او نموذج للدراسه. ويمكن ابراز نموذج الدراسه او الاطار النظري للدراسه في الشكل الاتي. يوضح الشكل الاتي كيفيه الربط بين متغيرات الدراسه المختلفه. فنجد انه تم الاعتماد على ملائمه استراتيجيه سلسله الامداد كمتغير مستقل، وكل من الايراد والتكلفه واداره الاصول كمتغيرات وسيطه، في حين ان المتغير التابع وهو ربحيه الشركات تم التعبير عنه من خلال 6 مؤشرات ربحيه. وبالتالي يكون اتجاه العلاقه ان ملائمه استراتيجيه سلسله الامداد تؤثر على جانب الايراد الخاص بالشركه، ويظهر ذلك في 4 مؤشرات للربحيه، وهي هامش الارباح قبل الفوائد والضرائب، معدل نمو المبيعات، معدل العائد على المبيعات، اجمالي هامش الارباح. في حين ان تاثير ملائمه استراتيجيه سلسله الامداد على جانب التكلفه الخاص بالشركه يظهر في مؤشرين من مؤشرات الربحيه، وهما معدل العائد على الاصول ومعدل العائد على راس المال العامل. واخيرا تاثير ملائمه استراتيجيه سلسله الامداد على جانب اداره اصول الشركه يتجلى تاثيره في مؤشر وحيد من مؤشرات الربحيه، وهو معدل العائد على الاصول. وبالتالي يكون قد اكتمل لدينا شكل الاطار النظري المقترح او نموذج الدراسه. وبالانتقال للجزء الاخير من العرض وهو عباره عن توصيات الدراسه، فنجد ان الدراسه قد اوصت بان تعمل الدراسات المستقبليه على اعتبار نموذج الدراسه المقترح من خلال اجراء دراسه تطبيقيه تجريبيه على مجموعه من الشركات العامله داخل دوله ما او في نطاق جغرافي محدد خلال عام مالي معين، وذلك للتعرف على العلاقه التي تربط بين تبني الشركات لمفهوم الملائمه في استراتيجيه سلسله الامداد الخاصه بها وربحيه تلك الشركات. وفي النهايه اود ان اشكر حضراتكم على حسن الاستماع، والسلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته.
شكرا استاذ اسلام. اي اسئله؟ any question please. اوكي. اسلام، ده جزء من الدكتوراه بتاعتك ولا ده بحث لوحده ولا ايه؟
ده الجزء الاول من الدكتوراه بتاعتي دكتور، الخاص بالدراسات السابقه، الليترشر ريفيو.
يعني انت عملت ليترشر ريفيو وطلعت الجاب اناليسيز وبناء عليه اقترحت الموديل بتاعك ده.
اقترحت الموديل بتاعي اللي المفروض هيتعمل له تيست بقى في المرحله القادمه.
تمام. اوكي.
تمام يا دكتور.
شكرا.
شكرا يا دكتور. شكرا.
Thank you everybody, and by finishing the presentation of Islam, we finish this session. And again, I thank all presenters in this session, Dr. Ines, Dr. Adil, and Islam. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. I think we can start if Dr. Ravi and Dr. Elias is there.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, sir.
Okay, good evening, Dr. Ravi. How are you?
Yes, I'm good. Fine. How are you, sir? Thank you so much.
Fine. Because as we have to start 1:15, so 2 minutes earlier we can start already if both are there.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon to all, and it's a pleasure to meet you all here in this unique conference in its first version. And our session today is about female entrepreneurship and educational sustainability. Here we have two papers, one about women entrepreneurship in Oman, possibilities and the challenges, by Dr. Hisham Magid and Dr. Ravi, and the presenter will be Dr. Ravi. And the second paper is Commitment of Higher Educational Institutions to Sustainability Agenda, a comparative study of GCC and ASEAN countries, which is by Dr. Hisham Magd and Ilya Pestrov, and the presenter will be Dr. Ilya. So let's start today with presenting myself. I am Dr. Ayman, and I have many years experience in establishing and organizing private universities, academies, and higher institutions in Egypt. Besides, I am familiar with Oman's environment, as I was teaching there for many years, and I worked there as a vice dean for student affairs. And I have a good relationship with both institutions, AAST and MCBS. Besides, I have experience in teaching and supervising an MBA program in some countries like Australia, UK, and Oman. And today we can start with our first paper, which is Women Entrepreneurship in Oman, Possibilities and the Challenges. And it will be presented by Dr. Ravi. And as I know, and I met Dr. Ravi in person before, so I know his rich CV. And let me talk about him in brief. Dr. Ravi holds doctorate in corporate finance from India. His academic areas are accounting and finance. He's teaching in both bachelor and MBE levels. He has 21 years of teaching experience, and he has been reviewing committee member serving for various research journals in India. He has working as a faculty member in Department of Business and Economic and MCBS since 2012. And he got some awards of some of his publications, and he is very active in the publication field. So he will present us today the paper titled Women Entrepreneurship in Oman, Possibilities and Challenges. So Dr. Ravi, the stage is yours.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
But let me remind you, it will be 15 minutes, then we will open questions.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay.
First of all, let me share with you the PPT slides.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Is it?
Can you maximize it to be a full screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So thank you so much, respected chair, co-presenters, and the audience. This is Dr. Ravi. A very good evening to all of you. So I'm going to present the research paper entitled Women Entrepreneurship in Oman, Possibilities and Challenges. So let me take you through the tasks that we have completed in this research work. Actually, the first slide, which you are viewing right now, explains the significance of the study, why the study has been undertaken. Because if you see the literature review, it has rich literature review on entrepreneurship, performance of entrepreneurs, throughout the world. So if that is the fact, then why this study has been undertaken? So that is what you are seeing on the screen. Actually, when we studied the literature, we could understand that the success of women-owned business enterprises, it has two aspects. You can see the success in two different perspectives. The first one is the intrinsic success. So what we mean to say by the term intrinsic success, it talks about the personal achievements. As an individual, as an aspiring graduate, I might have an idea of starting up my dream come true project. So if I'm able to start up that project, I can say that I achieved my personal aspiration. So anything related to the personal achievements of the entrepreneur, it comes under intrinsic success. It is the most essential element of an enterprise, especially the women-owned business enterprises. The second aspect is the extrinsic success, which talks about 2-3 aspects, which are external, which are not as essential as the first category. Here we talk about the financial performance of women entrepreneurs and their socio-economic success. Socio-economic success, what we mean to say is a woman can be successful under intrinsic value, but how that entrepreneur is able to provide the values to the society, values to the country, that is what we call socio-economic success of an entrepreneur. So the study so far, whatever the literature review that we have gone through, it doesn't, we couldn't get a complete picture of study on the success. Success is not properly defined. So that is what we could understand as the gap to enter into. So here we have got a wholesome idea about the success thanks to the literature. And when it comes to the conditions in Oman, in the gendered settings, most of the entrepreneurs, the women entrepreneurs, the business enterprises owned by women are smaller in size, and the growth pattern is very, very slow compared to the other set of organizations owned by men, And this is one of the reasons. The another thing is coming to the new pandemic situations, the life has become new normal, During this new normal period, it's going to be there for quite longer duration. So it is essential. We felt that it is essential to study the performance of women entrepreneurs in Oman. And of course, one more reason is the government of Oman is trying to find a non-oil-based sector, sector for sourcing the public exchequer. So probably the entrepreneurship sector would really help the government. So government is also promoting the enterprises by introducing various schemes, and even in the educational policy, government of Oman has introduced a new course, entrepreneurship course for the students, irrespective of the major, they're going to graduate. So that is the way they are promoting the graduates to start up new business enterprises. So because of these are all the basic the ideas of the reasons why the study has been undertaken in Oman, especially on women entrepreneurs. So let us get into the research objectives. There are 3 objectives with which the study was carried out. The first one talks about the factors influencing the graduate women to start up new ventures. So actually the sample has been divided into 2 clusters. One group is the graduate students, women students. How many of them how they are interested in starting up a new business? What are the factors that would motivate them to start up a new project? The second cluster is the women entrepreneurs who are already into the business organizations, So what type of challenges they face while running their operations? That is the second part of the research. And the third one is whether the women empowerment has really taken place after their self-employment. Women are really empowered during the post-employment period. So these are the three factors which the study was carried out. And of course, we have literature evidences. So those highlighted areas are the factors influencing women entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurship firms based on the literature review. So why they are coming into the the self-owned business organizations, to start up their own business. These are all the factors: desire to be independent, self-confidence, willingness to learn and explore new possibilities with the help of their past experience. Some of them, they worked in the government sector or private sector for quite a long time. So they would like to invest their experience in their own business organizations, the maturity level, the level of education, the long-term vision, and of course, financial requirements. That is going to be the crucial part in our study. I'll explain to you the impact of financial requirements in Oman in starting up the new project. So when it comes to the literature review related to the problems encountered by women entrepreneurs, these are the problems which are identified commonly from the literature. There are some students or the graduates who would find it very difficult to start up a new business organizations. Then work-life imbalance, gender discrimination, lack of motivation, and lack of professional network, marketing difficulties, lack of training opportunities, managing workers, marketing issues, again, recovery of dues, conflict between the family role and the entrepreneurial role. These are all the difficulties or the problems encountered by women entrepreneurs according to the literature. So let us come to the study. It talks about the methodology, how the data are collected. Of course, we selected 2 clusters of samples. We framed 2 samples. This convenience sampling method was used. One set is as I already told you, fresh graduates. The second set is the women already engaged in business enterprises. And we collected the primary data by serving them questionnaires through Google Forms. And the data collected are put into pilot study to check the validity. And once it is found that the data are genuine and valid, and we applied 2 statistical techniques to analyze the data: the Garrett ranking technique and a paired sample t-test. These are the 2 tests applied to check the research objectives. The first objective is, as I told you, when we analyzed the factors influencing women entrepreneurship in Oman, we divided the factors into 2 categories. 2 categories in the sense intrinsic factors and extrinsic factors. If you see the nature of factors, there are 4 groups: personal, social, economic, and psychological factors. Since the factors which are intrinsic are qualitative in nature, and the extrinsic factors are quantitative, like growth in profit, growth in sales, return on assets, return on investment, something like that. So these are all the factors the variables we consider to check the factors influencing women entrepreneurship in Oman. So here we are using the ranking technique. So these are the results. Out of the total variables that we discussed, most of the variables are related to finance. So the major finding here is the common factor which influences women getting into their entrepreneurship businesses. Mostly the financial factors. For example, most of them, they would like to enter into business to earn money. So because of that, they would like to gain social status, independent status, and social status, and improve the quality of life. And a particular percentage of people, they just responded to have an occupation. Of course, these factors are statistically significant. So compared to the literature review, there are certain evidences which support the results, and there is a contrary argument by Collins and Murray in 2001, they argued that women are less concerned with the motive of making money. Of course, that is a contrary result. But according to our study in Oman, mostly they enter into business enterprises just to earn money, just to fulfill their financial commitments. That is the primary idea of entering into the business organization. Let's come to the second objective, where we analyzed the problems encountered by women entrepreneurs. Here, there are a variety of factors that we identified with the help of the literature review. And accordingly, we analyzed the data. This is the results. These are the factors which we found statistically significant in terms of problems encountered by women entrepreneurs in Oman. Again, financial constraint, it comes first. Lack of motivation. There are certain intrinsic factors which they found it a problem while running the business enterprises. Then educational background. Because of that poor educational background, they couldn't have the network properly. They couldn't have the interaction with other organizations. They are not able to utilize the resources provided by the government. They are not able to update the rules and regulations given by the government then and there for promoting the enterprises. So marketing challenges, of course, exposure to business environment, lack of risk-taking skills. So these are all the factors we identified as the problems, or you can say significant problems encountered by women entrepreneurs in Oman. Of course, these results are in line with the literature. I have quoted some of the evidences from the literature, which are in line with the results of our study. When it comes to the third objective, which talks about the women empowerment in Oman, of course, we hardly find studies on analyzing the women empowerment in Oman. So because we considered the wholesome idea of the success of women entrepreneurship, so we could understand these are all the factors that would help to identify whether the women have been really empowered during the post-employment scenario, post-professional, post-business period, So social status, availability of information for decision-making, the ability to make decision-making, self-confidence, implementing innovative ideas and positive thinking, and of course, a family backup. So these factors are identified as the factors or the proxy that you can use for measuring the empowerment. So what we have done is before their employment and after their employment. So pre-employment, how these factors are measured, and the post-employment period, how these factors are identified as the status between the two periods. So accordingly, by applying the sample t-test, we identified that these factors have really helped based on these factors, we could understand that women are really empowered during their post-employment period, because these factors, compared to the pre-ownership period, the post-ownership period, these factors have changed significantly, have improved significantly according to sample t-test. So we could understand that the women group, especially women entrepreneurs in Oman, have really empowered, even though they faced quite a lot of problems, but they could overcome. Even during the period of COVID-19. We could understand that the women are able to be empowered because of the initiatives given by the government and the initiative taken by the educational policymakers. So to promote ownership, women entrepreneurship in Oman has been widely accepted. That is what the study has proved. This is what I would like to bring to you in a concise manner. Thank you so much, sir. Any questions I would like to answer?
Thank you, Dr. Ravi, for your unique presentation and a very good paper. And I appreciate this research much. As I told you, I have a good knowledge about Oman environment and how it works there. So this is a great job. So let's see if there is any question from the audience. Okay, there is no question so far, but let me ask you. Now we talk about women entrepreneurship, which means women's leader empowerments. So they give the empowerment for the women to lead a work to make their own project, and of course it will help the economy of the country. But in your study, you have two clusters: the fresh graduate students, and the already women who have projects, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
But in the second cluster, do you consider the women who already entrepreneur and work and have their own projects, business during study?
During their study, when they studied?
Yes, because I know that there is, I know that there is some women, they didn't wait to graduate from their study. They start working while studying.
Okay. That is
their
own initiative. No, we couldn't differentiate those people when we collected the data. Actually, the data we intended to collect the data from the students in general, graduating students. So when we sent the questionnaires to those people, those who are really interested in starting up the business, they responded to our requests. So what we understood, what we presumed is the data collected from that cluster, that group is really interested to starting up the business. So whatever information they have provided has really helped us to come to the conclusion that they could become a successful women entrepreneurs. Actually, the idea here, it is confined to the factors that would really motivate the graduate students to start up a new project.
Trying to encourage them to start working.
Yeah, we stopped with that area. Maybe the idea that you have given us, maybe it would really help us to expand our research further. That can be the gap that we can work on it further.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Dr. Ravi, as there is no other questions. Thank you very much for your kind presentation and unique presentation, and wish you all the best in future papers, inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, the audience.
Now we will start the second paper, which is commitment of higher educational institutions to sustainability agenda, a comparative study of GCC and ASEAN countries, which is by Dr. Hisham Magid and Dr. Ilya Bistrov, and the presenter will be Dr. Ilya Bistrov. He has PhD Economics and Management. During his academic career, he contributed to and published more than 22 research articles in journals, book chapters, and articles in conference proceedings. His recent research interests in the field of sustainability, economic development, and exit rate adjustment. His working experience includes leadership positions in logistics, consulting, and education. Last 10 years of his international teaching career, he has spent in the GCC region, teaching mostly management-related courses. Dr. Ilya, you are welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayman. Dear colleagues, so today, as Dr. Ayman already introduced me, I'm going to present the results of our research together with Dr. Hisham Magid. So that is titled Commitment of Higher Educational Institutions to Sustainability Agenda. So this one is a comparative study between the institutions that represent GCC region and ASEAN region. So first of all, sustainability, right? So this is what we are talking about here. So the concepts of sustainability are gaining more and more attention in the recent decades. Everything actually started in 1987 with a report that was called Common Future, that was published by World Commission on Environment and Development. So this report actually it set some kind of foundation to the concepts of sustainability that we are using currently. Later on, the same concepts received development in the Millennium Development Goals. So this was something that preceded the recently formulated Sustainable Development Goals that were formulated by United Nations in 2015. So now there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals that cover pretty much every facet of our social lives. Actually, I mean, we will not tell a lie if we will say that every year thousands and thousands of publications that are targeting this area of sustainability. New laws are adopted, regulations and policies are being used all around the world. Now, what is the relation between this sustainable development agenda, right, that is represented by sustainable development goals, and the area of education? Why is it so important to study this relationship and do some research in this area? The thing is that actually both are very closely related. One of sustainable development goal is dedicated to educational issues. Another thing is the following one. Actually, the fresh graduates that just complete their programs in universities or academies or, I don't know, colleges, they come to their working places armed with certain knowledge and certain skills, certain techniques that they will be using at their working space. In a couple of years, they will become managers. In 10 years, they will become trendsetters and policy developers. So actually, if the issues of sustainability are not paid attention on the university level, on the level of higher education, the entire concept will be compromised. So even though there will be political support and political initiative, political will on the higher level, on the lower level, I mean, on the level of human resources or the manpower, if these concepts are not supported somehow, actually there will be a disaster in realizing the sustainable development goals. So actually, keeping this in mind, our idea was to evaluate somehow what is the commitment, the current level of commitment of universities here in the GCC region and the region of ASEAN countries. And what's the level of commitment towards this sustainable development agenda? So this was the key idea and the key research question, actually. So how did we do our research? So what was the approach? Actually, mostly we used the qualitative techniques, and the center of our approach was content analysis. So first of all, we sampled some universities in the GCC region and some universities in the ASEAN region. So from every country, from both of this region, we selected 10 universities. So for GCC region, it was like 60 randomly selected university because we have 6 countries, right? Oman, UAE, Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, right? So for these countries, we selected 10 universities each. And from ASEAN countries, the same way, we selected 90 universities. So after doing this random sampling, and the sampling was random, actually, we accessed the internet sites of all these educational establishments, and we did the content analysis. From which perspective? So the first step was to have a look whether the term sustainable, sustainability, sustainable development, and all its derivatives are being used at the mission statements of these universities at all. So this was the first step. Later, we extended our revision of these strategic level documents with vision statements, right, and values, something like this. So we looked at a more complex object. And finally, we tried to map the mission statements of the educational institutions being sampled to the strategic development goals that were formulated by the United Nations. So in brief, this was the approach that we were following. Now, what were results that we received? So first of all, The first observation that we made is that strategic level documents like mission statement, vision statement, values, goal statements, they are made public by the sample institutions. So in GCC, as you can see, it is 94% and very close result in the ASEAN region. So which is pretty good. And I mean, it gave us some food for the analysis, because if these documents would not be made available, we wouldn't be able to perform the analysis. The second important observation, it was quite disappointing one, I would say. So by performing the content analysis, we figured out that there are only 5% in institutions both in the both regions that actually reference somehow sustainability agenda in their mission statements. So it was pretty much disappointing, because 5% it's not much at all. On the next step, we extended our field of vision, and we looked also at vision statements and goals values. And in this case, we were able to track much more institutions that were referencing themselves to the agenda of sustainability. So here you can see, in case of GCC, we are talking about 11% of sampled institutions. In case of ASEAN countries, we are talking about 15% of institutions. And finally, while doing the mapping of mission statements to the strategic development goals, here you can see the resulting table that we depending on that was made depending on the results that we achieved. And actually here you can make also several important observations. So first of all, I mean, what is important? Both regions, educational institutions of both regions, they, I mean, align themselves not with one, not with two, not with three strategic sustainable development goals formulated by the UN. This range is higher. So in case of ASEAN, we are talking about 7 strategic development goals. In case of GCC, we are talking about only 3 goals. So what are the most frequent, as we can see? Strategic Development Goal 8 and 9. These sustainable development goals, they are related to number 8, to economic development, and number 9, to research and innovation and infrastructure. So these are the core areas in which universities decide, make a deliberate choice to align themselves with sustainable development agenda. So as you can see, Sustainable Development Goal 1 can also be traced to the mission statements of the sampled universities. Surprisingly, when we talk about educational area, and this is Sustainable Development Goal number 4, only several ASEAN higher educational establishments could be traced to this Sustainable Development Goal. In GCC region, no institution showed interest to be aligned with this Sustainable Development Goal, which I reiterate is about education. So what else do we have here? Sustainable Development Goal number 5. It is about equality of genders. So as you can see, in ASEAN, about 1% of educational establishments were interested in this area. And also we can see here Sustainable Development Goals 10 and 15. When we talk about SDG 10, it is about equalities and disequalities of different sort, and Sustainable Development Goal number 15, it is related to life on land. So ecological issues and usage of resources, something like this. So again, the most important observation that we can make looking at this table, educational institutions in ASEAN align to a much wider range of problems than educational institutions in GCC. So GCC aligns itself only mostly and exclusively to economical issues, SDG 8, and SDG 9, which is about innovation and research. So some attention is spent to SDG 1, which is about reduction of poverty. So in case of ASEAN, the specter of questions that are being addressed is much wider. Also, what worth mentioning? Actually, countries in both regions can be ranked from the perspective of the number of HEIs, higher educational institutions, that can be positively mapped with at least one sustainable development goal. So we can have a look who are the leaders in this or that region. And from this perspective, we can name Qatar as a leader in GCC from the point of view of being aligned to sustainable development agenda, followed by Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. In case of ASEAN countries, we can name Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines, followed by Brunei. So certain countries are having more distinct relationship to sustainable development agenda than others. So this can be kept in mind. Of course, we cannot say that for sure, because in case of every example, just 10 universities, right, of different status. It could be college, could be university college, could be academy, could be university. So it's hard to say 100% surely that there is statistical dependability of certain kind of strength, right? But at least some understanding and the initial approach to the problem we can receive from this table. So, what else? What else? So, institutions.
Dr. Elia, can you summarize, please, so we can't consume the time?
Yeah. Okay. So let's go to conclusion. I just got excited probably because I really like this topic of sustainability, and I mean, it's a question of passion for me. So let's go to conclusion. Let's jump to conclusion. Yes. So yes, once again, majority of higher educational institutions were aligned to such element of sustainability agenda as SDG 8 and SDG 9, which are related to economic development, SDG 8. And SDG 9, it is research, innovation, and infrastructure. So minimal amount of institutions are explicitly and directly aligning their mission statements to sustainability agenda. So this is another observation. In case we widen this to not only mission statements, but also vision statements and goals or values, this amount grows. But direct and explicit approach here, it's only minimal. So the further research can focus either on adding to this comparison some other regions like or Latin America, for example, or by doing more specific country studies. So in a couple of words, this is it. Thank you very much. In case you have questions, you are welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Elia, for your great presentation. And I know you like it, but we have limited time. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So let's see if there is any question from the audience. Okay. So no questions so far, which means you are doing great with your explanation for the paper. But let me ask you a small question about the benchmarking. You was making a benchmarking between the Asian and the Gulf countries.
Yep.
But while you're doing this, you see they are similar in the level. So maybe in the next in the future you can do with different levels, so we can see the differences and how we can deal with this gap.
The selection of region, actually, it was prompted by the following idea. Both regions, they are the heartlands of carbon-based economy. So we need to have a look at this in order to understand what is the real commitment to the sustainability agenda in the regions that are very, very much committed to something that is definitely not related to sustainability.
Okay, that's good. So thank you, Dr. Elia, for your presentation and for your unique paper. Here we are, we finished the session now. So I would like to thank again Dr. Ravi and Dr. Elia for their great presentation, and they did well. And thank you for all the researchers, the audience for this session. And we are waiting you for the end session for the conference to hear the announcement of the best award paper in the conference. And this session will start, the end of the ceremony will start after 5 minutes. So see you there, inshallah, and goodbye.
Thank you, goodbye.